Hey, Empire. Well, I know I'm starting a little earlier than normal, but that's because I don't know, I'm kind of bored. So, I mean, I could watch anime or like make lunch, do laundry, draw a little bit. So like there's things I could be doing. Um, but I'll probably do this for a couple of hours and then maybe go actually do some adulting. We'll see. But I think we know everything that came out in BT25. So we could start like looking at BT25. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but we do know everything in BT25, right? Or all three at once. I mean, maybe. But correct me if I'm wrong, but we do actually know everything in BT25, right? Because I could swear we do. I guess I could just look at um a database real quick and I should be able to get my own answer. Because I know they're starting to like spoil alt arts. Um does this tell me how many? Let's go normal arts. So we have our two secrets, we have our three ultra rares. SRs, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 SRs. What's even the set breakdown for this world? Yeah, world.digimon card. Um May 15th. Ugh. Ugh, that's so close. Um I love how super rares they put 2, but it's supposed to be 12. Like this is actually kind of hilarious. Um like 2 2 super rares, 3 rares, 5 commons, like 21 types. Like something's very clearly wrong here and it's kind of funny. So I guess I'll have to like actually go to the wiki because the wiki will tell me. TCG wiki. All right. Booster packs. And then block 6, dual revolution. Okay, so it is 12. 12, 3, 2, 23, 28, and 42. So that is 106 cards. And right now, how many do we have? So 106. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So what's 8 times 13? I'm bad at math. I need a calculator. So 8 times 13, 104. So we're missing 2 cards. That's close enough to start doing stuff, right? What 2 cards are we even missing? We have all the eggs. I don't know. I honestly don't know what 2 cards we're missing then. Heyo. Yeah, I could swear as far as we know, we know the majority of the set. Like if we're only missing like one or two cards, like yeah, that we could still make stuff. So we're gonna start with a little bit of gameplay, and then we are going to swap over to some theory crafting, and then probably go back to some more gameplay, I guess. Um, just to get a little something in. Okay, this is the red hybrids where I'm using the ancients. I already did a lot of like red hybrid experimenting. Do I have... Probably delete this. Delete hunters, because I'll never do hunters again. Okay, so we could probably tune this up a little bit. And maybe try blue hybrids again. Because I did see something slightly reasonable. Say slightly, because blue hybrids is still just kind of bad. The floodgates obviously was not working. We still are kind of like forced into these. So we could get rid of these. We're still going to be using this. And let's just try to go a little bit more blue heavy. So we'll do one of this, just for the easy climb. Obviously, this is one of the best new cards of the entire deck. We probably don't need the Louis, but Louis still kind of decent. Let's go Flame on. Flame on. Flamon's one of the best searchers. Then we gotta keep these. Then we go Lobo. So we just go full Lobo with the Kendo. Then we go all in on this card. Do I split this? I might. Koji, because this Koji gains jamming. Jamming's good. We need Boko? Yeah, Boko. Alright. A little bit of Boko. What else do we do? I really don't like the fact that, like, I'm hardcore relying on going into Ancient every single time. Is there another level 6 that's like this Ancient? I don't think there is. I think, like, that's why the level 4s are the way they are, so maybe I do take 2 of these down and then I play, like, one Beetle, one the other one. Oops. Let's go yellow. Yeah, so maybe I'm still, like, just forced to play these. I'm not thrilled about it, but it's fine. Like, just a 1/1 just to have their inheritables. Probably... Oops, I don't want this. Probably one of this. Koji. Is this like leaning us into Susanoo? Like, thinking about it now, is this leaning us into Susanoo? Like, maybe Koji is the Susanoo deck. Do I play Vermilion Memory Boost, or do I play Ancient Guardian? I think maybe I do Ancient Guardian still. Probably get rid of one of the Searcher Ukos or something. Because, like, I'm basically just relying on everything coming out of my trash, right? Like, that's why we're even wasting time with Cool Boy. Oh, I need Strawbies. I need this Strawbie. I really like this Strawbie. So, maybe... Do I even waste my time with this Ukomon? Maybe I don't. How memory efficient is the deck already? If I'm using this, it's pretty memory efficient. Oh, but I don't have the Takuya that just gives me free evolution, so that's why I'm wasting time with Boko. Yeah. And I think I can make up the card draw in other places, so that's probably fine. We could probably take this out. We could probably take this out. We could probably run a Hammer Spark. And then I'm like one card. What does Susanoo even do? So we have Susanoo Ace, which we're probably not going to be doing. So what does this do? This requires 10. Ugh. No. What is this at least doing? I don't think the Susanoos are even worth it. Ugh. It's just not effective enough. Maybe I do just throw in like one Vermilion. Either that or it's just another like Koji Tamer. Either another Koji or Vermilion Memory Boost. Maybe Vermilion's fine. I have to have these in order to use Vermilion. So I can't just like turn one Uko Vermilion. Ugh. The memory boost, the memory is so good. One L. Alright. So hopefully this is good enough. Alright, we'll actually give, like, blue hybrids an honest attempt. I don't think it's gonna work out, but we'll give it an honest college try. Thank you for the $5 Dono Empire. Love the new Triple Tamer and hybrids. It is the biggest... We're sorry for design mistakes. Yeah. This is probably... Probably not actually keepable. I kind of like it, but I kind of don't. This is arguably better. We're going first, so we have at least Ukomon. Uko starts. Flame draw is really good. So that way we could like JP and then do some stuff. What's up, King Jaden? BT25 is not on DCGO. Most likely it'll happen when the set drops, because They're probably still working on programming all of the cards in, especially since we should pretty much know what all of them are at this point. Oh, they Ukomon? Maybe the answer is take Flamemon, so I could hard play the Flamemon. I do kind of like the Lowy, though, knowing that I could, at minimum, go Koichi into Lowy. And then I could still, like, Digivolve here in the Raising. But I do think the answer is just objectively Flamemon. So that way I could just immediately hatch another Flamemon. Do I want to set up the triple tamer? Or do I want to just set up this tamer and choke to 1? Because I'm not going to be getting the card draw here. I don't think I need it, per se. I would rather get the extra cycling on Uko, knowing that they don't have anything. So I think memory choking is probably the correct line of play. Because I could play either of these out. Okay, so they're playing red, so that means they're just objectively better than us by default. So they're probably going to set up a tamer here. Spirit Evo. Okay. So all I have to do is just keep choking. I think we just take this Lobo. So that way we could use the Lobo right away. Right now, if we just keep choking, I get 1 more use out of this. So I have to just basically not put them to 2 memory. So if I could avoid putting them to 2 memory, we should be okay. So I think maybe the play is like Hammer Spark into this tamer. It's either that or Hammer Spark into this one. That would it, or the other play is Lobo and set up an analog. I don't think that's really accomplishing a whole lot, though. I could just hard play the Strabi, to be honest, and then that just lines up another attack. Because right now they don't have a way to play their tamer for free. So I got a couple of play lines. I think I just let the Strabi be... I think maybe it's just this tamer. Even though this one's probably better to set up right now. I already have a mem setter. We'll go from the trash. And then from our hand. Okay. So right now we have 3, 4 with enough memory. We have at least 5 damage. next turn. The Beetle's a really good hit for us because now we could tuck that under here and we get the protections. Depending on what we draw, we might just be able to... Oh, no, we don't, because they have a Spirit Evolution set up. So if we hit a Tamer out of security, they could potentially do something reactive, unless they're using Spirit Evolution here to deal with a Digimon on the field, which would probably be the Ukomon. Yeah. Should have probably made an attack earlier with Uko, but I just... It's just so hard. Well, he gets his on delete. So he gets to play out 2 Tamers here off of his 1 Digimon dying. You know, casually not fucked up. Like, the big problem with blue hybrids, or just, like, the big problem with this in general, is the lack of damage. Which is why this will never be good, is because I can't just instantly put lots of damage and pressure onto the opponent. So, like, I'm already at 1 security. I could take almost all of the opponent's security, and then I'm most likely going to be dead next turn. So I have to find a way to end the game magically right now, which this deck does not have the ability to do, and it doesn't even have the ability to defend itself. Like, that's the extra shitty part, is it just does not have the ability to defend itself. We'll go trash. And trash. That's not the card draw I need. Alright, so now since I'm basically dead, we're just gonna have to start swinging. Okay, that's what we were looking for. So now we just need to find a level 5. Because I don't have a Kendo to be able to do warp shenanigans. So that would give me jamming. Ooh, that's kind of rough. Yeah, that's... So maybe this evolution was a mistake here. So I could attack and gain 2 memory. Yeah, now I just need to do some efficient searching. A little late on the Beowulf, to be honest. Like, legitimately extra late. So we probably just automatically lose the game here. Because he'll go to 3, he'll go to 4. He just basically uses both of these to make 2 attacks, and we literally can't stop him. Alright, so... if that's the case... Is there any way for me to possibly win here? No? Alright, cool. We're done. Alright. That was a fun thought experiment. Blue hybrid, like, anything that's not Takuya Koji is just ungodly bad when it comes to hybrids. I don't think yellow is going to make it better. I don't think blue is going to make it better. I don't think black is going to make it better. I think it's just ungodly unplayable because it just does not have the pressure to keep up with the modern state of the game. That was a fun thought experiment, though. Starting off on a really high note. Like, maybe you would have to play into floodgates. So, like, you would have to basically lean the deck into floodgates. But at that point, you're probably just still better off playing other decks if you're just going to floodgate the opponent. Like, you're still just better off playing something like Imperial because, like, you won't have the pressure to make the floodgates really meaningful is the other issue. Like, I could run Venusmon and just like, oh, my opponent won't be able to do a whole lot, but I'm not threatening pressure either, so I'm not doing a lot. So I just think, like, that side of hybrids is just ungodly unplayable. It's just not even worth attempting. I could probably delete this too while I'm at it. There's a lot of decks I could probably just start deleting, clearing out. I like Aegis Dramon, but it's honestly just a worse OTK than Mirage. Like, the idea is if you don't OTK, Aegis is at least just a floodgate. So I'll show you the deck real quick, just so you can see it. Like, it's just a DNA combo deck where you're just trying to do lots of attacks and abuse, like, these two cards and whatnot. It's cute, but it's not great. Probably don't need to keep heroes, to be honest. Like, heroes... Yeah, I could probably just delete heroes. Heroes is just complicated. Like, the new cards don't really benefit it, even though you could play the new cards. It's just like there's no real reason to. Hero app still just deals damage. You could... The only thing that I would even consider doing is, like, trying to run stall cards. But, like, winning versus stalling... Like, that's the only real difference. It's just like, okay, I remove the damage potential to put in stall potential. So it's just like, it's almost the same thing, just stalling is objectively worse for how Digimon is. Like, unless you literally can force the opponent into not being able to do physically anything, stalling is objectively worse 9 out of 10 times. At least delete Hades apps instead of hero apps. Hades apps is, like, still somewhat respectable for apps. Like, nobody gives two shits about heroes, which is unfortunate. Like, Bandai printed a couple of heroes cards, and, like, it's just mucking up what heroes is trying to do. Which, I don't even think Bandai knew what heroes is trying to do. This is not that great of a hand. All force? What the fuck? I mean, I don't have any punishment. I think we just take this Mirage because we already have the good one in our hand. I mean, honestly, I could have just, like, hard slammed this Gao and then just said go. But I think just waiting is objectively the better answer. Whatever. They're just gonna bounce it to our hand anyway, so it just doesn't matter. I literally just don't have any other place. And then all fours here. Draw a card. Oh, that just... Oh, that bottom decks. Oh, I hardcore fucked up then. If that's the case, I hardcore fucked up. I'm just literally not finding a rookie. I didn't realize this was a card. Alright. I could give two shits about what the rest of this game is going to turn out. I hardcore fucked up. It's not even worth attempting to finish. You have purple black to warp into Lobo to Anga. Don't need Kendo. What for the blue hybrids? Like, anything Koji related is just, like, ungodly awful. It's borderline unplayable at this point. Which is just the sad reality of it. We're gonna take this Thomas to draw a card. I really need to hold on to this. So maybe the answer is just literally pass. Maybe I should have just took the other Thomas because of the memory. Yeah, that's fine. Objectively kind of obnoxious. Honestly, that's not a good draw, so we would need to draw into a level 7. Or into a level 6. And then we're still not able to combo off because they don't have enough cards in their hand. So, honestly, I think we just, like, hard skip a turn again. Like, I don't care if they pressure my security. I do have enough objective damage to just rip them asunder. Okay, that's fine. So now we get to go off. So I'm gonna do Hammer Spark for safety. Then this won't give us a memory, but this will force them to draw cards. Then we're gonna have to Honkoon loop. So people think that they can not have cards in their hand. I'll tell them no, you're gonna have to have cards in your hand. This Evo's for 2 less, so we get to go to 1. We get to make a swing. Do I bother the bottom deck this? If I bottom deck it now, I won't be able to Evo again because I'm going to gain 2 memory here, spend 2 memory. No, I don't think I have the ability to do it. So maybe I do bottom. No, I won't. I'll save it. I was kind of hoping to draw something a little bit better. So now we unsuspend, rip a card out. So I probably should have eaten it, but I kind of feel like since I'm not going to be able to OTK them in this position, this is probably fine. So we could reset up the Tamer. Maybe I should have Sangomon first, because maybe that would have gotten me an extra body on the field, an extra card draw, and then I could have set up the Tamer. I should have probably eaten this, then I would have had 1 more memory to play with. Yeah, because I unfortunately didn't have the proper level 4 to be able to force them to do stuff. So now we just casually reset up. Probably take the Mock. Having the extra Gaos are nice. Maybe it is the Gao, but I have already a lot of level 3s in my hand, so it's just the Mock. So that way I could potentially use the Scramble to take back the Gao. How much does Lucimon evolve on top for? 6? Okay. They could recover, that's fine. Like, I generally have enough damage output since I already have another burst mode in my hand. Oh, okay, so that's able to clear my whole field. Well, I guess it doesn't particularly matter because I could just still blue scramble into something. Does this de-digivolve me? It will. This is gonna be dead anyway. He could attack even my unsuspended Digimon, so let's just go ahead and do this. Yeah, I knew he had Raid anyway, so my whole field was pretty much dead. Ooh, that's a pretty good hit. So as long as he doesn't double hit me, which they most likely will be able to. And this is immune. So 16k immune, I can't beat over that. So we're just gonna have to take a whole turn off and just try to set something up. We'll take the 4. Yeah. Alright, let's just hope they don't have the option. That's basically all I can do, is just pray. Maybe the correct answer was Evo here for 2, but I kind of just want the extra bodies. And then does he have the option? If he's got the option, I can't do anything about that. Oh, he gets to gain 2 memory, and then he gets to keep turn. And then this can make an attack, because, yes. Alright. Yeah, it was mostly because the 16k unaffected. That's the big reason why I lost, is the 16k. Because this deck does not have the ability to reach over big numbers at all. Like, in any capacity. We probably should mulligan this. This is probably okay-ish. The other hand was probably more keepable, but two trainings is fine. Yeah, little unfortunate there. Probably shouldn't have given up a security when I didn't need to. Probably should have just let them recover. I was, I guess, concerned about my damage math, but yeah, it's still pretty rough for Mirage. Like, incredibly rough. This is probably a hard matchup. Like, I literally have to combo off before my opponent can set up any kind of defense. And I'm still not quite set up. That's okay. That's fine, because now it means I don't have to waste time setting up the Thomas. I think we take the proper 4 in this instance. So now we're just looking for pieces. Now we have everything. So ideally, we should just be able to rip through the opponent's security next turn. Hopefully they don't have a whole lot of ability to just straight up Evo for free and shit. So they could Evo for 3 and then Evo for 4. I don't have any tamers set up. That's as good as bounced. If they lower their security, that's really good for us. Oh, they already did lower their security, so that's fine. This Sangomon doesn't mean anything. They're just doing it because they can. They're just making my life easier. As long as I'm able to potentially bounce their Digimon. Okay, we're fine. Alright, so now we just go up and do our thing. There's an argument to save these. Because I could just use this to bounce one of these back to their hand. Like, it doesn't particularly matter. These are better off with Honkuden looping. So maybe this is objectively the correct play. This also removes a blocker from their field. Oh, I'm just memory shy. I did need the extra memory here. Yeah, because this is Evo for 4. So I did fuck up. I did need that extra memory from here. So the blocker was irrelevant because I could have just bounced it anyway, and then I could use this to bounce something. So maybe I just try to fix my mistake and just remove his field. Of course, now I see that. So maybe now... Oh, but I still need the tamer set up to be able to bounce, which I no longer can be able to do. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to do some awkward alternative play lines. So I know they have Venus. We're probably gonna take the scramble. So I know they're gonna just hard play Venus here. There's zero reason for them not to just hard play Venus. Yeah, Abyss Sanctuary is face up. So they're gonna Evo into Patamon, then hard play Venus. And then Homeros double Venus. And then I kind of just have to, like, wait another turn to reset up. Oh, double Neptune to just remove everything. Got it. Yeah. So now I have to wait another turn to reset everything up, and Neptune is going to be incredibly hard for me to fight through. So I think I'm just double Thomasing because I unfortunately have to turn Homeros off and to turn the stupid fucking Patamon off. Does that even turn Patamon off? If you have, it doesn't even turn Patamon off. It would just turn Homeros off. So I guess it doesn't matter. Like, I'm setting up a Thomas regardless. And then I guess it doesn't matter what I do here. So now next turn I can move out and do my thing. Because I just have to keep a clear field so that Neptune's removal ability doesn't really mean anything. That's kind of bad for us. Yeah, I could at least bypass blocker with Mirage. But this is going to be an issue. Like, I don't think the deck has a way of fighting through it. I know for a fact I do not have the ability to fight through this. This is when any of your Time Stranger would leave the battle area by an opponent's effect. By suspending this, they don't leave. Okay. Yeah, I'm officially locked out of the game. Them hard playing the Merva with the protection on Neptune is just too much for me to do. There's, like, actually 0 chance that I could win at this point. Well, it's not exactly 0. I need to draw a Hankun, and then I could win the game. I could win the game because of this Mirage. I just need the correct amount of attacks to be able to do that. Oh, if they use that ability... Oh, darn. Okay, that's a really good draw for us. Incredibly good. Unfortunately, we don't have the Hankun, but this is just as good. So let's go ahead and bounce an Agio back to their hand, I guess. Is he gonna waste a protection here? No, of course not. I'm like, 0 reason to waste a protection here. Now we used Scramble. Digivolve into the unblockable one. Of course, now I see the Hankun. But we should have enough attacks to win. Thank you, jamming. Thank you, additional memory. Oh, no. Oh, if they have a Lekmon, I'm kind of screwed here. Because Lekmon would let them recover one. Okay, that's fine. We'll just BM with a Hammer Spark. And then, yeah, there we go. Okay. We managed to sneak that one out. Because they dealt enough damage to themselves. Sure. I didn't even need to do damage when they could do it for me. Yeah, so if they had a Lekmon as the play, then they would be able to recover 1 because they would be at 0 security, and then that would fuck up our math. So I would have needed the Hankun before doing that, because then I could have gone potentially up another line for free, and then gotten an extra unsuspend. So that was all fine and dandy. Yeah, Time Strangers is like such a fucked up deck. All right. So let's go ahead and look at BT25 and kind of start theory crafting some stuff from BT25. And by BT25, I am also including the starter decks, because I need to try to figure out what the fuck these decks are even doing. So, yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff to cover. Probably not going to be covering everything in today's stream. But I'll cover, like, probably just some of the arguably more popular stuff, or, like, the easier stuff to figure out, because that should be pretty quick. There was something I wanted to show chat. Where is metadata? Here we go. Yeah. Okay. So, um, there is a website if anyone is unfamiliar. It is called dcg.nexus. I think this website is pretty cool because it allows me not only just to see some like other metadata, because like we could go to the events tab and we could see like the different events. They have it sorted by 1, 2, and 3 star. So 1 star is like your locals level stuff, 2 star is like your larger locals and your like store regional type thing. And then you have 3 star, which is like obviously the super big regionals, which is really cool. But the thing that I wanted to show off, and I'm probably going to end up doing a video on this. I still have the Mirage video I need to script out, and then there's this video that I want to script out. But essentially, the really cool thing about this website is the fact that it allows me to easily see the prices of things. So let's just say I really liked the Omnimon deck. So not only can I see the build, but I get to see the price breakdown of pretty much everything. So if you, random person on the internet, wanted to get into Digimon and wanted to pick up this deck because it is doing pretty good and it got a lot of new cards from AD01, it is going to cost you a grand total of almost $500 to play this deck. Keep in mind, everyone was glazing and praising the reprint set for doing such a good job at reprinting cards. What they failed to see is the reprint equity didn't particularly matter, lowering the price of things that people weren't playing anyway, and it just borderline increased the price of the game. At least for a lot of the AD01 stuff. So, like, that's pretty cool, and you're probably thinking, oh, but, like, Imperial's still pretty cheap and reasonable, right? And it's just like, no, it actually got slightly more expensive. This deck is only using 2 fighter modes, mind you. Most decks use 3 to 4 of this fighter mode. So this deck is literally just shy or around $200. And like the only big expense to this deck pre fighter mode was literally this Pyildramon, like was maybe a 20-ish dollar card. I know it like hovered above and below that for a little bit, so I'm just like averaging out a $20 card. So buying one $20 card or one set of $20 card versus a set of a $40 card is like actually kind of a big deal. I could go to, this might be a better one. Yeah, so this is using 3 of them, and you could already start seeing the price go up, and if you run 4 of them, then you're already hitting $200. For a deck that used to cost around 100-ish dollars. So the price of the deck essentially almost doubled just because the money card just got more expensive. And I think like that's something like noteworthy, but you're just like, oh, there's a whole bunch of other decks to play that are reasonably cheap, right? And it's just like, okay, here's Puppets. Puppets is just shy of $200 as well. So it's just like, okay, what about some other competitive decks? What about Red Hybrids? Well, it's just north of 150. Like, the price to play competitive Digimon has only gone up. Look at Zephaga. Zephaga is just around 200 as well. So it's just like, okay, like you could kind of just pick and choose like a lot of decks. For competitive Digimon, the game used to be reasonably affordable. To where it's just like, yeah, you could probably spend south of $100 to be able to build a deck competitively. Now we're at a point where a reasonable competitive deck, you're going to probably spend on average around $150 to $200 in order to play. Obviously, there's outliers, and then there's build variants as well. So like Millenniumon, the only real big expense is like the promo, and then obviously the other one. Like these are the two big money cards, and then the rest of it is reasonably cheap. And like this is where like the reprint set did kind of help, because like Analog Youth was a more expensive card before the reprint, so like this helped quell the price of the down. Same thing with Ukomon. Like the deck was a little bit more expensive, but like it wasn't that much more expensive. I mean, I guess like all of the little additions could start building up and then really show. But yeah, you could like, the cool thing about this website is the fact that you could like just see what your average cost of a deck is going to be. So it's just like I don't necessarily think this deck is one that did get, it didn't even get that much cheaper, to be honest, because like Gallantmon X Antibody was a really expensive card, but now people are starting to run AD01 Gallantmon, so like the price did kind of get a little bit lower, but like not by that much. And then again, this is the really shitty thing, where if you are a returning player, then the rest of the reprints you literally don't even care about, and the only thing you care about is the new stuff, and the new stuff is what's making the game more expensive. It's not necessarily all of the reprints. So it's just like, whether you're a new player or an existing player, you're going to be shelling out a large amount of money just to start playing this game competitively now. Whereas before, it was a lot more accessible. And then like don't even get me started on these fucking cards. Like the 2-color training cards, like actually is some of the most toxic, degenerate shit I've ever seen Bandai do. Granted, you can make the argument, oh, you only need one of them. But the other hand is like, oh, you are going to need one of them for every single deck pretty much ever, especially if you're like a monocolor stack-based deck. That's like obviously the most ideal situation where you're using these cards. But that's like a good 70% of the entire game now is running 45 card decks, because you're going to be running this in combination with like your normal training and then your scrambles. So like by the time you take all of your staples out, you're already at like 45, 44 cards or a little bit less. So like it just like the fact that we have to play these cards is like something I'm not a huge fan of, especially since these are now incredibly more expensive. So that only just shifted again the resources of where the money in Digimon is. So it's just like you're gonna look at Medusamon, and now Medusamon's forced to run this as well. So it's just like, okay, cool, Medusamon without this card, so just take about $15 off this, is about 85, 90-ish bucks. Like, you could make the argument and say, oh, you really don't need the sprint dash. And it's just like, well, it just makes the deck more consistent, and that's arguably a good thing. So, like, why would you not run one of the better consistency tools in the entire game? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So it's just like, that's why I hate like the combination of all of these cards just stacking up on top of one another, because like the training cards were like $5-ish a piece. Now they're obviously a lot cheaper, but again, the price is now shifted towards the new card that you're running, and like the price hasn't really gone down. That's kind of like the point that I'm trying to make, is like the new cards that they print, especially the new generic staples, are like when a new support card is really good for an older deck, but you're forced to run it. Now that's going to shift the resources of the deck to want to incorporate those, which price-wise is either going to do a net zero or only make the deck more expensive. So that's kind of like my big takeaway, is like the game is actually only getting more expensive because of the shady shit Bandai does. And I definitely feel like it should be called out because again, like the game used to be a lot cheaper. Like a lot cheaper. Like I remember building competitive decks for anywhere between 50 to just shy of $100, like 50 to $70. You could in back in the day build a reasonable competitive deck. Um, and now it's just getting more expensive as booster packs get more expensive, which means booster box gets more expensive. And going back to BT25, like the other unfortunate thing is the new rarity is also going to make the game more expensive. So it's just like, okay, cool. This new rarity is now just an additional expense that's going to make the game less um accessible. Because like you want to, like, let's just say is there's I could go to a different event. Maybe a different event might give me what I want. Like where's just a general Time Stranger deck? Not Time Stranger Jupiter. I mean, like I could even look at a Time Stranger Jupiter and it's just like, okay, here's a Time Stranger deck. $300. Why is that? Hard to get promos that are unnecessarily increasing the price of the deck. Staple cards that are pretty much ran in every single Time Stranger deck known to existence. And then you have an expensive staple that, again, is being ran in almost every single Time Stranger deck in existence. And that's kind of like the cool thing about this website is like it might not be the best at showing it, but like it does have like a staples section, I think. Or no, I click on the deck. So I could click on the deck and it could show me the staples. And then like obviously I know that Homros is a $40 card. And when it comes to the overall frequency of decks that are using Homeros, it's pretty much ran in almost every single deck. Same thing with Dan and Canon Yuki. So it's just like you staple all of these, you package all of these staple cards together. And the fact that there's a good amount of build variants that are using the exact same cards. One isn't really true build variants, but I digress. And this is only the first time we're seeing Time Strangers, because right now it's basically either this or Jupitermon, like a hardcore Jupiter deck. And you already see, like, okay, you have two SR staples that are ran in pretty much everything. And then you also have a secret rare that's pretty much ran in everything. So the combination of this is going to be making the majority bulk of the pricing of the deck. And that's kind of the problem. Because, like, if I were to want to build, let's just say, any of the Time Stranger stuff from BT25, well, now I'm going to need these. And let's just say I'm a new player coming into BT25 and I want to build a Time Stranger deck. Now I'm fighting with everyone else for these same exact cards, which will only make the price of the cards go up. Ideally, in Bandai's perspective, that makes booster box sales better. But unfortunately, because of the way Bandai works, Bandai does print to order. So stores will order a set amount of allocation, and then they're given that allocation, and then Bandai walks away with their money. It's a little bit more complicated than that because, like, technically, stores order through the distributor tells Bandai how much to print, and then Bandai prints basically just that amount with a little bit of buffer overflow, or buffer slash overflow, so that way they have some excess product, but not by that much. I think, like, the margins are usually on average around 5%. So there's not that much extra floating around. So Bandai's not even making money off of the booster boxes anymore. I mean, I have all of the competitive knowledge, Jaden. I am just actively choosing not to play in competitive events because I do not see it worth my time and money. That is my decision as a player. Obviously, that's not the case for everyone else. But I'm having a little bit of financial issues. I've been saying that for a while. And as the price of Digimon is getting more expensive, it is getting harder for me to justify keeping up when I have other things that I need to worry about monetarily. So it's just like, would I pay $500 to play the Omnimon deck, or do I want to fill up my gas tank because gas just got more expensive? I think the answer's pretty clear here. Like, I've been slowly scaling back on Digimon for years because, again, the game has slowly gotten more expensive. I think I, like, hard stopped buying boxes last year. I think BT21 was my last booster box that I have ever bought. And right now I'm just buying singles. I was still, after BT21, trying to keep up with my master playset. But the combination of AD01, EX11, and BT24, the fact that all three of those sets came out back to back and had arguably some of the most expensive cards that we have ever had in competitive play just absolutely killed me. Like, I couldn't even keep up with that. Three sets back to back, all with hyper expensive cards that are now getting more expensive. I was just like, nope. If I want to finish my master playset, I'm gonna have to wait years for the price of those cards to go down. And again, because of the introduction of the new rarity, now that throws trying to build that master playset out of whack, because it's making that aspect more expensive as well. So I'll eventually try to finish off my master playset of SRs and secrets all the way up to block 5, and then that's it. That is my hard cutoff. I am no longer going to be trying to buy a master playset of everything, because now I have an additional rarity that I need to bring into that. And the idea behind why I was doing the master playset thing was because I was playing the game obviously a lot more competitively. So I wanted to make sure that if I needed to be able to build any given deck at any given moment for any reason, I would have access at being able to do that. That was the big reason why I did that. And as of block 5, I am going into block 6. I'm no longer doing it, and I'm just going to have a hard enough time struggling to finish my master playset for block 5. So that's kind of my monetary logic. And like, as a person who has played games on a budget in the past, I'm not shy about learning how to be a budget player and knowing how to budget properly when it comes to playing TCGs. So like, I know for your case, can I search? Here we go. Like, being part of being a budget player is understanding the price of the deck. So like, if I just like take any random Imperial Dramon list, like blue green Imperial, or not blue green, Virus Imperial, I'm paying $100 to be able to play this deck. Well, from a meta perspective, if I look at where we currently are in the meta, I currently am not seeing Virus Imperial pretty much anywhere. You'll see him like maybe once in a blue moon, but like, for, let's just say my budget is $100 and I'm trying to make the absolute most out of my competitive experience. picking the right deck obviously is the most important thing, especially if you're coming from a budget perspective. Obviously, if you don't care about money, or you have a diehard favorite Digimon that you want to play, like obviously personal perspective aside, I am just looking objectively at facts. I know if I want to play Virus Imperial, it's going to cost me about $100, but I know it's not doing very well in the current meta. Whereas if I played Medusa, I could look at the fact that, like, obviously Medusa is doing way better in the current meta environment. And if I look at the, maybe not this Medusa, if I look at the price of a Medusa list, I could see that for roughly the same cost, I could have just functionally a better deck. And like, that's part of one of the most important skills when it comes to being a budget player, is you really have to understand the game in order to effectively pick the best deck for the lowest amount of outcome, or like for the lowest amount of overall cost. So like, if I'm spending that $100 and I'm trying to be the best competitive player, I don't care about Digimon in terms of like what Digimon I'm playing or what mechanics I'm playing. I just want to be objectively as good as I can possibly be for as little as possible. When you have two decks that are competing for the same budgetary price, obviously one is going to be better than the other. So budgetarily speaking, you should lean towards that deck. So we could kind of like go and see a lot of the price. I wish it had like the average price per deck. Like just another little tab here that said like, oh, how much does these like cards cost, and then put it here or something. Like having a meta history is kind of nice. So that way you could kind of see like their overall performance. I'm not saying this site is like the most accurate or reputable site in the world. It's just something that I stumbled across recently through perusing the Book of Faces. So if you want to like out of all of these decks, I could go through each one of these individual decks and I can see a base list for them. You should be able to reasonably understand like what the price per deck is going to cost. So if objectively you wanted to play one of the strongest things you possibly could for as cheap as possible, Hoodiemon is probably right now that deck, because your average hoodie deck is going to be around like 50, 70-ish dollars. So that's not like terrible. And then I think like Cross is also one of the best budgetary decks right now. I mean, maybe not this build because you're spending $40 here alone, and then the price of the Kotane went up. But again, like, so for that same price point of $100, now I have 3 different decks to choose from. So which deck out of those 3 would I preferably want to play, and what is mathematically doing well? So that's why like having this information is really, really nice. Is there... Yeah, so like this is also 100. What about Eagle's Nest? That's over 100. This is more blue flare coded. That's funny. Mexico over 100. Yeah, so like even this deck is just still reaching around the $100 price point. So it's just like you wanted to play Shine, just as an example. It's gonna be about $300 to be able to play Shine Greymon. Like, it's just very, very fucked up. And like, I understand like, okay, yeah, the majority of the damage is literally coming from the AD01 cards, but that's what's making the deck competitive. So can I reasonably build the core of this deck without the AD01 cards? Yes. Is it going to be significantly weaker to borderline unplayable because of that? Arguably yes as well. So like, that's kind of the unfortunate dynamic that you find yourself in or like Digimon as a game finds itself in, is like these cards recontextualize and redefined how good the deck is. They're borderline mandatory for how we're playing and approaching the deck, but they're also the most expensive cards, and these cards are also going to have legs because of like the typing that they're in, because like this Shine Greymon has the Data Squad tag. So, like, you could considerably think about using it with Data Squad cards, which we know that Data Squad cards is getting an archetype in BT25. So it's just like, okay, even though, like, unironically, these cards have absolutely nothing to do with Data Squad, just the fact that they have the Data Squad tag means that people that are building that could explore these cards still, putting them in more demand. And like all of this is just contributing to what's making Digimon objectively more expensive. Like Rocks and Minerals, sadly enough, is like slightly on the decline. It could still kind of do stuff. But like even Rocks and Minerals, because of this training card, now it's arguably more expensive. So it's just like, oh my god, like if I want to update Rocks and Minerals, now I'm going to have to spend $15 on updating Rocks and Minerals for it to not be worth it competitively speaking. So it's just like, fuck, what is a player actually supposed to do other than just cave and shell out? And that's like the really hard and unfortunate part. Is like you could just look at pretty much almost any of these lists and see that the vast majority of them are going to be $100, $200, $300, $500. Like it's actually just getting kind of ridiculous. So that's kind of like my whole budgetary soapbox. So like probably this point forward, I am going to be considering myself a more budget conscientious player. Because the cost to play competitive Digimon is becoming not worth it. Because if we go to world.digimoncard.com, we could go to the events tab. We could look at like, this is pre-release. Never mind. Championship Season 1. Here we go. Like, this is Event Pack 9. The majority of these cards are pretty garbage, except for Alter S. So, because this card is getting reprinted, this will make the $500 deck arguably maybe $450. Like, but all of these cards, not that great. Like, objectively, not that great. Even though, like, yes, these cards for their respective decks are really good. Like, Agunimon is arguably one of the better Agunimons that we could be running. Metal Greymon X, nowhere even remotely playable. Shikuamon just got limited. Lilymon, adventure decks are struggling with their old tech, and, like, the new tech is literally just outshining it. So it's just like, there's honestly no reason to run this Lilymon, and Mastimon is already kind of an expensive deck to where it's probably like most players probably aren't even going to care about this card at all because it's for a deck that nobody cares about. Then we look at the and this is just Event Pack 9. So you're not even guaranteed to get Omnimon. What you're guaranteed to get are the participation cards, which the only participation card that like is arguably worth anything is the Titamon, because it was an expensive promo that now is going to get a lot cheaper. But again, Titans already was a deck that wasn't doing anything competitively, so like it was just expensive because of scarcity, not because of power level. So it's just like even these cards are kind of just dog shit. Like, they're not bad cards, but for spending $35 to get this and then gamble on one card being worth it out of the event pack, Like it's just not worth it. It literally is not worth it. And then what are the other cards? Oh, Koromon, an egg nobody uses. So cool, that's great pricing. There's a card nobody uses. Agumon from Starter Deck 20, a very fringe card. Some decks, like some Agu slash Omnimon decks, will run this, but not that many. So even this card is kind of just useless. This being AD01 actually makes it somewhat viable as like a decent prize. But this being BT21 Metal Gray is just like, what the actual fuck? This is pretty bad. Like, again, it's good for adventures, but like normal adventures is already struggling. Uh, and then like that's kind of it. That's literally kind of just the pricing. It's not good pricing. So like just for participating, you get your participation set and then one event pack. And then pretty much nothing until you get to top 16 or whatever. It's pretty bad. It's not good. So like my $35, I am literally better off not playing. Um so yeah, like it's just it's very awkward. Like all of these factors compounding and combining themselves basically is what pushed me out of competitive Digimon. On top of that, because I was taking the game also way too seriously, I was developing some pretty unhealthy mindsets, and it was just getting me angry and frustrated. And now that I'm not playing competitively, the rest of my audience could probably attest to this. I probably cooled off a lot more because of the fact that I just honestly don't care anymore. So like I don't care about trying to be the best and studying the meta as hard as I was and whatnot, and it was just making me frustrated when I wasn't performing. And with the limitation on events, because I do think that we have functionally less events, it gave me less opportunities. Sorry about that, chat. But yeah, so like with less events being ran, also, it gave me less opportunities to play, which increased the amount of stress that I was under. So like that's why I also stopped playing competitively, is because like I wasn't the greatest player in the world, but I wasn't bad. But I knew I wasn't like, oh, I'll get this first try. Definitely not. So usually it took me a couple of attempts in order to get my invite to nationals. But with the reduced amount of attempts, again, it just made things more stressful because now I would be able to perform at the top of my game to be able to get that invite less often. So that's partially why I stopped playing competitively, is because it just wasn't worth it. And now the travel expense is like actually a deal breaker. Like it is legitimately a deal breaker. I could maybe travel once a year. Um and that's kind of it. Just because travel expense as well also got more expensive. Um and then my work situation is not ideal at all. Um, it's never been ideal, but like right now specifically, it's not super great. Like, not to get too deep into the weeds of my own personal life, but like right now I am technically still a temp. I've been working at this particular company for about six-ish months, and I'm still not hired in, but as a temp, I'm not building any 401k. I don't have health insurance. I don't have vacation time. I don't technically have, I mean, I do technically have sick time through the government, but like I don't technically have realistic sick time. So it's just like, okay, I literally just have no rights um as it seems like as a temp. So it's just like, okay, financial issues, the expense of everything going up, price to travel, less events, less pricing that's worth it. Like it just doesn't make sense for me to play competitively. It literally doesn't. So, man, that was a lot of yapping and not a lot of deck building. So, I do apologize for that, chat. But if anyone was curious, that's kind of like my own little story on what I'm currently seeing, the trends that I'm seeing, and why I'm not playing competitively. Is because I personally do not feel like I am in a position to make that worthwhile. And I also don't feel like Bandai's making the money and time investment worth it for me either. Don't build the new Galaxy, it's terrible. The new Galaxy is just a worse version of Omnimon. Like, literally, it's just a worse version of Omnimon. So I'll just pull up, like, two cards, and then we could go to, Gurumon, and then Where Guru. Here we go. All right. So, like, we have the new Diana. On play, when Digivolve, draw a card. On play, Digivolve, draw a card. When one of your Digimon are played or Digivolved, if any of them are red, this Digimon can Digivolve. This specifically states from the trash with a reduced cost of 1. Oh, and inheritable jamming. When any of our Digimon or Tamers are played or Digivolved, if they have Greymon or Met in their name, then we can Digivolve into a Gurumon from our hand for free. Cool. That's great. So this is a free evolution from our hand. This is a reduced cost Digivolution from our trash. So we're still paying for this Digimon to Digivolve here. We're not paying for this. And we still, mind you, need to have that secondary body set up because of how this card is worded. Like, because this still needs the second, like, both of them need the secondary body. It's just, this is significantly worse than this. Then you have pretty much the same song and dance as the level 5, where it's just like, on play when Digivolving, do something. Cool. On play when Digivolve, do something. And then during your turn, when any of your Digimon are played, if any of them are red, or if any of them are red, yeah, literally if any of them are red, we get a Digivolve for, again, a reduced cost from our trash specifically. Well, this is doing the same thing, except it's from our hand, same conditions, just, again, another free Evo. So, like, this is just objectively a worse version of this. So, it's honestly, like, because of that reasoning, probably not even worth the attempt of the build. Like, as, again, from a competitive player's perspective, this is kind of where, like, that unhealthy competitive mindset comes in, where it's just like, oh, because we already have something that's functionally the exact same thing but better, why would I waste my time with this lesser deck? Obviously, the lesser deck might be cheaper. It probably is, because it probably won't need as many expensive cards, but because it's in Time Stranger, who the fuck knows? So like it still could end up actually being just as expensive as the good version in Omnimon. So it's really sad. It really is honestly sad. Cuz what's the Diana at least doing? Cuz all turns when any of her Digimon are played or Digivolved, we get a trash 4 and then 2 of our Digimon can DNA Digivolve. So like the idea is like maybe the all turns to like Grace Nova on the opponent's turn is like the play, but that doesn't necessarily seem super worthwhile. Yeah, and then this is at the end of your turn. You get a DNA, and then the Digimon can attack. So this is basically acting the exact same thing as the Blitz, and this is acting as the exact same thing as the Crest. So even the level 6s, there's a lot of parodies to what they've already done, but better. So it's just like, okay, this is just the lesser version of the exact same deck. Which is pretty unfortunate. Because Grace Nova is pretty neat. I like him a lot. But him not having any built-in protections really kind of sucks. Like his built-in protection is obviously partition, and then like, okay, the idea is if they remove Grace Nova, you partition, you spit out the Apollo and Diana, and then you have the Diana's ability that will let you pretty much go up into a new Grace Nova. So like that's not unreasonable. It's just right now there's a lot of things because it doesn't have protection that can just like out it. So it's just like, oh, I could just source strip, break partition, de-digivolve, break partition, attack over it. Well, I mean, technically you can't attack over it because of the whole counter ability to just end the attack. But yeah, it doesn't look that great. I might end up like looking at a potential build for it just to like experiment and see what the Time Stranger tech is allowing it to do. But I think if you're literally just looking for that playstyle more specifically, the Omnimon deck that's $500 is just the better version. Like, full stop. Just the better version. Yeah, Neptune and Venus, which are already played cards, can just like absolutely hard destroy it. Because the Blitz and the Crest, because the Blitz, you gain at least Digimon immunity. So, like, yeah, what are we doing here? So I guess, like, from a budgetary player's perspective, the cheapest thing that you could probably do in BT25 is Atmon. So I'm a huge Atmon stan. I like Atmon. I think Atmon's going to be really fun. So we could take a look at, like, specifically now that we know all of the Atmon tools, what are we doing with Atmon? And I think, like, I've already said this before, at least for Atmon, like, I think this version of Atmon has some of the more awkward stuff going on because, like, your level 5s are fighting for different level 4 slots. Because, like, if you're going to be focusing more on Logamon, then you have to play the Timemon. And if you're focused more on, because of the Shutmon. But if you're focused on the Bootmon, then you're going to be running the Craftmon that came inside of the set. So, like, it really incentivizes you to build towards one of those level 5s more specifically. So, I think, like, a lot of the new cards that they got are relatively reasonable. I do think, unfortunately, with Atmon, we do have to run, if you're trying to build this deck competitively, we do just have to run Monarch Lizamon, which I hate the idea of needing to run this card because there's nothing in the game that does what this card currently is doing. Like, at least for what it's doing. So we're only running this card literally because of the main ability on the option Final Judgment to give a Digimon Rush. Like the rest, and then can attack. Those are the two things that we care about exclusively, is Rush and then can attack. So like this unfortunately is just like a card we just have to run. I hate the fact that we do, but it is just unfortunate. Then when it comes to here, I know I've built this on a separate stream before. So I just have to like remember what I was doing. So I think I was like so I was more Bootmon focused. So Bootmon, we're gonna be running Logi in craft. So we have our craft, we have our Logi, these are our 4 ofs, then this is like our 2 or our 1 of. And then we could run like 1 time. Just to have it in. That gives us arguably way too many level 4s. Then when it comes to the rookies, we just run all 3 of these, and then if we want, we could run like more Gachamons. So like we might go down on the off and run like some gachas. So something like this maybe. Because again, we're more in line with trying to go with Logi. Then we're running 4 and 4 of these because we have to in order to make reboots. Then we get to run Hero. Or Haru. Haru? Haru. So we probably would run like 3 of this Haru. We probably would be on 3 of this, and then Big Bang Punch. Because Big Bang Punch is really good. And then maybe something else. Like maybe we just go up on Big Bang Punch, and then we got room for 1 more card essentially. So maybe we would just like go up and Offmon or something. I don't know. So like this is probably like a good, very quick and dirty base build. So the reason why I think Monarch Lizardmon is like incredibly important for the deck is because of Cyber Engage. So the idea on what I was like stating in one of my podcasts and what I've been saying for a while is Bandai's ideal play pattern is focused on rebuilding your board. It is expecting your Digimon to not stick around, and you need to have instant access at rebuilding. So Cyber Engage, because of what it's doing, does exactly that. The delay ability allows us to play an Atmon from our hand with the reduced cost of 3. So obviously we're going to be playing a rookie. But by doing that, our rookie won't be able to attack. Good thing we have a green tamer to be able to then just easily use Final Judgment to then give our Digimon Rush and then can make an attack. The other big thing is Rebootmon has Security Attack Plus and basically unsuspends himself. Yeah. So you're going to, by the time you get into Rebootmon, you're going to be swinging for 4 checks. So if you dealt like 1 point of chip or something, then you need to do something else. What's up?
No. Have a good day. Take off.
Okay.
Have fun.
All right. Have fun yourself. So, yeah. And then, like, also because Logi and, like, Time are both, or, like, Logi and, Laga are both, like, within Monarch Lizardmon's colors. Like, you could still technically just use the Final Judgment to, Evo into either of them. So it just, like, gives you easy access at going into an instant Monarch Lizardmon that's going to be ideally swinging for game. So that's kind of the idea there on why I feel like, unfortunately, Monarch Lizardmon is just really important. Because, like, literally nothing else in the game gives, like, rush and then can attack generically for as cheap as possible. Like, literally nothing. So we could look at all of the rush Digimon, or, like, rush-based tamers or options, I guess. And, like, there's not a lot of them. Literally not a lot. Let alone what we can use. That's Crush, that's not Rush. So that's even one less option. So this is specifically for ghosts. This is Gaugamon. Like, we technically have this, but paying 4 to then not, like, we could attack the opponent's Digimon, but if they don't have a Digimon, then this is basically useless. I was considering Buster Drive, but again, Monarch Lizardmon Final Judgment does the exact same thing, just better. So there's no reason to run Buster Drive or Buster Dive. This doesn't give Rush. That's another Crush name. Royal Knights specifically. This is being played from Digivolution Source, which is what we're not doing. We're not Adventures. We're not Puppets. We're not Mother Eater. We're not Time Stranger. Again, we're not Time Stranger. We're not Myotismon. So, yeah, like, literally finding Rush is pretty much unachievable for this deck outside of Monarch Lizardmon. Or, I guess, if we just so happen to have enough. But this only allows us to attack the opponent's Digimon if the memory passes over. So, like, we would have to have the precise amount of memory to be able to use this and not pass turn. Where Monarch Lizardmon just doesn't care. So that's why I think, like, unfortunately, this card is going to be really expensive because of just how good of a cheap generic tool it is. So, obviously, if you're playing, like, pure apps, you could easily do without it and then put, like, another option or another tamer or something in. Probably something like Array. Something like Array, and then you could play, like, a single Hackmon or something. But I don't particularly think that's, like, good. You could play technically, like, a different option or something, or, like, a different tech card. So, like, maybe the off-brand tech is like, maybe another Haru or something just for searching, or you could do um or you could do Gossip just to be able to retrieve from our trash. Like, that's not bad either. So there's like a lot of minor things that you could do to change this up. Cause maybe like squeezing in instead of this Gachamon, to be able to play out the Haru. Like, Haru is just so good. It's just too good to not have, which is unfortunate. Because, like, there's just not enough rookie space. So, like, maybe you could go one less Offmon, maybe one less, uh, maybe not even run the Gachmon, and then you're just gonna have to accept the fact that you're gonna have to hard play the Haru, and then run, Hackmon and Ray, like 2 copies of Ray, and then 2 copies of Hackmon. Where's Hack? There you are. And then go down a Haru. And then we still got like 1 card slot to play around with. So we could like maybe go, I don't even want to go up and off. Because this is specifically on and Gachmon. So like obviously ideally I would want to just like forget about that and then just run the gachas. And then obviously because we're not playing the hack, we have the Haru that we're gonna be playing. So maybe I could go down one of this Haru and play one of the Searcher Haru or something. Because I have the deck space for it. What are some of our other generic tools? Like, I do know there's the Gossip. That's probably the easiest one. Obviously, Monarch Lizardmon is the card that you should be running as that last extra card. You could technically run, like, this Ojimon for just literally the Security Attack Plus. So that way you could just, like, punch for... Oh, maybe a Fire Rocket. So maybe instead of like Gossip, you could run like Fire Rocket or something, just like a cheap option to give you extra attack power. Just so your Reboot Mon is definitely hitting for lots of damage. But yeah, so like there's a ton of like minor changes that you can make. And then obviously this is playing more towards Bootmon. If you're playing more towards the Shutmon, then you just do kind of like the reverse stuff where it's like you're not really playing a lot of craft, you're obviously playing more time. Then you're obviously not playing Gachmons as much, or you're not playing as many Onmons, and you're just playing Hackmon and Rays instead. Yeah, you'd probably have to have 4 Hackmons, so that means we probably would lower our Gachmons because this is hacking off. Yeah, hacking off, which we only have 2 of. So you probably do something like this. Maybe it's a 2-2 split, but this is a Searcher. And then obviously we probably would run no Harus or 1 Haru and then 2 Rays. We would flip our logs and this. And then the rest of it kind of stays the same. So it's just like literally depending on what level 5 you're going to be doing, kind of like shifts what the rest of the deck is going to try to do. Hi, can Cyber Engage help out Haru? Cyber Engage is probably the most important Atmon card that they have printed. Like, full stop, no lies. This is arguably one of the best Atmon cards they could have printed. And I'm only saying that because the way that Bandai wants us to play the game is they want us to trade board states back and forth, and Cyber Engage is allowing Atmons to be able to do that. Technically there's a training card. What are our stupid training cards? options. So we could run like potentially a sprint dash because that could find these, that could find this. Like, I think honestly, one of the better trainings that we could run, like you could run like technically if you wanted to, you could run a sprint dash here. Cause like it could find pretty much every main piece that we're looking for. It just can't find all of our sub pieces, which is why nobody's running it. You could run like a digital gate open if you wanted to. Also, like there's a lot of like cute one-off tech cards that you could run. So, but yeah, I think like just because we do have more gachemons, it just makes more sense to focus more on log. So maybe we don't even run offmon. Yeah, so I think like maybe if I were to like refix up the log, the log side of things. Maybe you don't even run a Taimon. I kind of like just the D-Digivolve. So I think like it's a good tech one of for that reason. Yeah, and I think maybe you don't even run this. Well, it still can Evo for normal. That's why you run this, is because it could still bare minimum Evo for normal. How to make virus better? You can't. He's maxed out. Like, that's the unfortunate reality. He is literally maxed out. And then where's the gotchas? Come on. Not options. Because like we could use this. Oh, that's not. Didn't he get something good recently? That's March. Dusseldorf. I don't know why they're playing that, but whatever. This isn't what we need. I guess it literally just doesn't matter. Like he's literally like this deck is literally maxed out. Like there is no cards that currently are being printed that will make this better. Zero, literally zero cards. So like we could just as much as I hate to derail, just to prove a point, like BT25, all of the Digimon garbage, completely useless for Imperialmon. There is not a single Digimon that they have printed in BT25 that's going to make him better. AD01 is the same way. There are zero cards that they printed that were new that's making him better. You could make the argument that, oh, he could just use the new fighter mode as well, but like, whatever. Now you're just making the deck more expensive for no real reason. So zero cards here. When it comes to Digimon Tamers, do any of these want to work with Imperial Dramon? Probably not. So zero new Tamers. Options. What options do we have? Oh, we have Time Strangers. We have Time Strangers. We have Time Strangers. We have Time Strangers. Again, zero new cards that's making Imperial Dramon good. Absolutely zero. Any aces? No aces. Dual cards? Same thing. He can't use a single one of these. The only one he could considerably use is like Fly Bullet, and this is not for him. So again, zero new tools. We would have to look at like, oh, maybe is there anything from like the LM stuff? Like LMs and promos. That basically is your last bastion, your only saving grace. And the only cards that you can reasonably use right now to make him better is image training. And image training currently misses on half of the Imperial shit that it's looking for. Which is why, if you look at this, they're using Magenta or Mist Memory Boost. It's because those won't miss. You could technically make the argument, oh, but image training can also find the Davison Ken, but like you also don't need this card in Imperial to begin with. Because you use Wormmon as a 1-card combo starter, so like this literally doesn't even matter. So it's just like, okay, you could try to make the argument of like image training or sprint dash training, one of these two, just because you can. Not needed, but just because they're like the only things you could reasonably think of when it comes to LM cards. Any promos? Let's look at all the way at the bottom of the promos that they are printing. 0 promos. Cool. He literally got 0 new cards. There is absolutely nothing you can do to be able to make Imperial Dramon better at this point. There is 0 new cards. The deck is capped off. He is optimized. He's maxed out. That is it. Game over. Yeah, like analog, you could even make the argument like just like what Hyperman said. Like you could use analog instead of Davison Ken. Like it's just minor tech swaps off of what you already have been using. That's not Virus Imperial. So like here's an example where it's just like, okay, you could run oops, I guess this doesn't have like blow up. So like, yeah, you could run a fighter mode for the funny hahas because like these can digivolve into this. Same difference though, like it's just making the deck more expensive for not really that much of a difference in overall payout. Because this is still a floodgate, this is a floodgate, this can arguably deal more damage, but it doesn't have raid and piercing, which is what you're generally trying to do with this card anyway. So like you're just swapping out a floodgate for another floodgate. When it comes to like the options, like yeah, you could like tech in Demonic Disaster, you could tech in Analog Youth, you could tech in Plasma Stake, like they're fine, they're whatever. But like in terms of like the Digimon and the play patterns, he is optimized and capped out. There is nothing Bandai is printing for the entire year, mind you, the entire year, because we already know the themes all the way up until pretty much October, November. We do not know BT27. That is the last thing that's going to be coming out at the end of the year. But that is it. That is the only thing we do not know is BT27 at the end of the year. So that's why I said, like, this is not necessarily worth the overall investment because it is less likely to get anything because of how specific its parts and pieces are. And it's also not doing very good. Like, you look at the big events, 123rd. Very bottom of the barrel. Near bottom of the barrel. 105th. The best it's ever gotten was at Germany, which is a slightly smaller event. This was before AD01 for Dusseldorf. Like, this was like one of the better things that Imperial has done. It is capped out. I'm not saying that it's not a bad deck. It's just, again, if you're looking at monetary investment for being a competitive Digimon player, for the same exact cost, there are arguably better decks you could have built. Is it within your playstyle and is it within your favorite Digimon? Again, if you're trying to be hardcore competitive, irrelevant. All right, back to fixing apps. So yeah, we're gonna max out on the Gachamons because we're gonna focus more on the Logmon because the Logmon only has 2 specific ones. Sucks that there's not an extra off-mon. Which means we don't need the rays, and then we put them back into Harus. I think maybe we do a 2-2 split, like 2 of this Haru, and then maybe 2 of the other Haru. Run 8 Tamers. 8 Tamers seems like a lot. But I think this has to stay because like Big Bang Punch is arguably one of the best app options. And then Cyber Edge is arguably the best app option. So like these have to stay. Unfortunately, because we are going into reboots, so reboot cares about craft and log. So is there other level 4? So if I take out, I still kind of have to run these because I'm still like using shoot, and then at worst I could be like log into time. So maybe I take out like the extra gossip and just put it towards a time, even though that's like not ideal. It at least allows me at worst to be like, okay, Digivolve Gachumon into Logmon, link time, Digivolve into shut, link reboot, link boot, and then Digivolve into reboot. So it does give me like more flexible play lines. So maybe I have to do it like this. So maybe something like this might be a little bit better. I don't know. But the core of it, the core of the idea is still kind of just here. Yeah, because I have 4 total Harus I could play. Do I guess the big question is, do I need this card as a 4 of? I probably do. Only you can answer that, King Jaden. Literally, only you can answer that, and that's the hardest part. Like, having Virus Imperial already invested in isn't bad because now you don't have to invest any more into it. Like, the deck is 100% feature complete. So, like, you could start allocating your time and resources into A, learning the deck, and then B, figuring out what your next deck is going to be. So I think like for a base app builds, this is probably fine. Probably needs some tweaking and optimization, but not terrible otherwise. Uh, Sorry, parents wanted to ask a question. All right, so that's Atmon. I think like reboot's going to be really interesting. That's pretty much all I can kind of just say is reboot. Reboot is going to be really interesting. I'm excited. I'll get all the parts and pieces. Obviously. Do we have what's the EX, what was in EX12? Oh, EX12 was literally just these two. Okay. I was like, what? Stop it. Stop texting me, parents. Uh all right. Fucking I just need to turn my phone off. Anywho, I guess like what's next on the agenda. So we've already explored apps. I guess like the next hype stuff is probably going to be the glowing dawn stuff. So I could probably just type in glowing dawn and then just throw everything in here. Normal art, please. So glowing dawn seems like it's going to have 2 builds. It could technically have a 3rd build. But realistically, I think it's just going to be divided into 2. So here's all the glowing dawn cards. I think like just literally looking at this spread, you are either going to be building towards Leolmon and Murasarimon, or you're going to be building Geckomon. I think like this is the direction that currently you are narrowed into, because there's going to be little incentive to play cards like Wolvermon, unfortunately. I mean, like Wolvermon might be. No, I think you are just de-incentivized from playing a card like Wolvermon. It might be like the off ultimate, or not ultimate, off champion, but like arguably these might be better. Like just playing an Armor Lizardmon. Because if we're looking at our champions, we have 4 champions. Yeah, we have 4. So you're most likely, if you're going to be playing armor. Oh wait, did I miss it? Did I miss one? I did. Okay, so you have 5. Oh, I also missed this one. How did I miss that one? What about Medusa? Medusa, unfortunately, is also slightly capped. But if they print any dragonkins or reptiles, Medusa can still at least consider using those tools. So Medusa is a little bit more open when it comes to what she can consider using. Is there any reptiles in the set? Just Armor Lizardmon? Or just, yeah, Armor Lizardmon is just a reptile? That's funny. Like Medusa can't really use these because that's a part vegetation. That's boo. Yeah, Medusamon's not really getting any new tools, but Medusamon is starting at a much stronger position. So, like, even though Medusa's not getting any new support right now, she's just by default in a stronger spot. Just by default. So, like, if I were to grade the decks on a scale of, like, 1 to 10, I would probably say Medusamon is starting out at a power level 8 in this current environment. Whereas Virus Imperial is probably starting at like a 6, maybe a 5. And then based on the waterfall approach where the new decks are trying to be pushed, so obviously the older decks are going to start falling off in overall strength and meta representation. Medusamon probably next set will turn into like a power level 7, whereas right now she's about an 8. And then Virus Imperial is probably going to fall to be at about that. If it was a 6, now it's now it's going to be a 5, or if it was a 5, now it's going to be a 4. So the ceiling is already significantly higher. So the deck theoretically would last you longer. So again, this goes back into the perspective of money versus time. So time-wise, for that $100, it literally was smarter to just build Medusa because it would theoretically last you longer than Virus Imperial. Oh, I'm on red. Okay. So, what are our level? Yeah, so like obviously with Glowing Dawn, they want you to build either towards Geckomon or Leolmon. So, what are the level 4s doing? I guess like the bigger question is what's the level 5s doing? Because right now we don't have a whole lot of level 6s. So like most likely the ideal level 6 combo is just going to be Habakiri and Atratus. Yeah, nailed it first try. Like this Habakiri's cute, but I don't think this is going to get played at all. Not when we have this Habakiri and this card. Like, there's zero reason to play this when we already have, like, better things. So, our top end is going to be, like, limited to just these two regardless. So, what is Habakiri doing exactly? So, when digivolving, when attacking, we get to recover 1. Then, by trashing the top card, trashing the top security card of one player with the most security, this Digimon can unsuspend. That's pretty good. And then all turns, when any of your Glowing Dawns would leave the battle area by trashing our security, it doesn't leave. So it comes natively with protection. And then I know this is just the removal part. One of your Digimon gets minus 8,000. Then by trashing the top security of both player, or then trashing the top of our security, all of the opponent's Digimon get minus 5,000 DP. So this is minus 13. So that's going to basically kill most Megas at this point. And then it recovers 1, unsuspends. Yeah, that's pretty good. Versus this one, where we get to place the opponent's Digimon with the lowest DP to the top of the security. Then by trashing the top security of the player with the most security, we get to recover 1. Then when any of our Glowing Dawns would leave the battle area... Oh, so it has the same protection ability. It's just the removal is not split. Yeah, so this Habakiri is just objectively better. Yeah, because this still digivolves Glowing Dawn for 3, and then this also digivolves for 3. So it's like, do you care about the alt removal type versus the DP reduction? Is the real question. Like, you could technically use the starter deck Habakiri. It's just not... It's obviously not better because the DP reduction is arguably better at this point. But technically, you don't even need this card if you're running this for color cohesion, because like we do have the color consistency factor that we could consider. Cosmic Blaze. You mean Cosmic Area? What about what you mean Crimson Blaze? I mean, like, Crimson Blaze is just a tech option. It's good. It's not the end all be all. Like, you could run it in either, but like it's whatever for the most part. So what are our level 3s doing? Or I guess maybe we should work backwards. So we already know what Monarch Lizardmon's doing. So this has Alliance, and then on play when digivolving, this Digimon gets minus or plus 3,000 until the end of the opponent's turn. If it's your turn, by trashing the bottom face down card, we get to use a Glowing Dawn traded card from our hand with the use cost reduced by 3. So that means we go into this for 2, which is cheaper than its evolution cost. And we go into this for 3, which is the same as its evolution cost. But we have, what, a Murasarimon that's basically doing the exact same thing. This is also from the starter deck. And then we have this Murasarimon. Alliance. Oh, it just natively has Alliance. Okay. When digivolving, when attacking, if it's your turn, by adding the top security card to our hand, or by trashing a face down card under our tamers, we get to use. Okay, so basically the level 5s, no matter what we're using, is just enabling going into our level 6. Yeah, I mean, Crimson Blaze is a really good card. But like you're not gonna fill your deck up with Crimson Blazes. Like you could add it as a tech card to Virus Imperial, even though he's not playing any red tamers. You can't really take advantage of that card, and you're just like YOLOing it out of security or praying that you have a red Digimon already set up in your raising area to be able to use it. So it's like whatever for Imperial. But again, like you're not getting any new support. You're just using what we currently have to try to make the deck better. And Medusamon, it's a really good card in Medusa because it's creating tokens, and then you could delete the tokens and reduce the cost of that and floodgate the opponent. Like it's a good card in Medusa. That's why a lot of Medusamon players play it, is because good cards be good. So I guess out of these three, are they all literally doing basically the same thing? This is on play when digivolving. On play when digivolving. And then by trashing the face down card, we get an unsuspend. This is unsuspend, and this also unsuspend. So they all unsuspend at the end of the attack. So the idea is we use a Murasarimon to swing, remove a card from our tamer to then digivolve into our level 6 using the option. The option then does the thingy. And then the awkward thing is this card unsuspends itself already. So like this this inheritable kind of just becomes slightly useless. At least like with Habakiri. Obviously with this Habakiri, you're fine because this doesn't have a way to unsuspend itself. And then off of this, it has reboot and blocker, so I guess it unsuspends itself anyway. Weird. And then obviously, so are we, I guess the big question is how much Monarch Lizardmons would we run? Since all of these are basically the exact same card. Like, all three of these are basically the exact same. Because one of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 5,000 DP, and then if it's your turn, by trashing the bottom face down, we get to play or use one Glowing Dawn traded card from our hand and reduce it by 3. If it's your turn, by adding the top... Oh, so this adds it to our hand. I mean, it's really just kind of whatever, it feels like, because this adds plus 3,000 DP. So this adds plus 1,000, this minuses 5,000, and this just allows us to burn a security in case our tamer's not full. You were thinking 4 of the Alliance and 3 duel? Yeah, I think 3 duel is probably correct. Oopsies. Weird Monarch. There you go. Like, it doesn't necessarily feel like it matters which one, though. Like, out of all 3 of these. I guess technically, like, this one might be better in case you run out of sources under your tamer. Like, and that's kind of like why, like, these cards are good, but I don't feel like they're needed because you already have this. But I guess, like, this is arguably better for this Habakiri, right? Well, I guess it's fine for either Habakiri, but if you're going for, like, more of a general build, maybe you don't run this, and maybe it's either Monarch or Murasari. I think maybe you do the Monarch just because DP matters. Like, and if you're not planning on using Habakiri, the minus 5,000 arguably matters the least. So I think maybe you just do a full Monarch. So maybe if that's the case, depending on the level 4s, maybe we do just, like, go full Gecko. Because these are all when Digivolve. This is when Digivolve on play versus the when Digivolve when attacking. Like, they're not bad. So I guess looking at the level 4s, on play when Digivolve, one of the opponent's Digimon gets minus 3,000. Then by trashing 2 cards underneath our Tamer, this Digimon can Digivolve into a Glowing Dawn for free. That's really good. Do any of these Digivolve for free? This reduces by 2. When this Digimon would Digivolve into a Glowing Dawn trait by trashing the bottom face down. Is this the bottom 2? Yeah, this is the bottom 2, so this is the bottom 1. We get a reduce by 2. And then we get to add the top card of our security to our hand and recover. What do these do? This allows us to suspend the opponent's Digimon. And then when we use an option... Oh, this works better for the Monarch, right? When you would use an option with the Glowing Dawn by trashing a face down card, we get to reduce using the option. So basically, this allows us to Final Judgment for 1. So we probably would play these 2 and then the Tamer Setter, right? Yeah, so we would go Tamer Setter. Maybe this is the 2 of... So I think these are the best ones. And then we have Tamer Setter. Geckomon, maybe Pristimon at 2 and Shapiro at 2. Yeah, I still feel like the deck, like, the easiest way to build the deck is probably just to be like, okay, let's focus on the best stuff. So, like, because right now the card pool is pretty limited. So we're only going to be running one of these 2 Tamers. And obviously one is supporting one versus the other supporting the other. E-Pulse is the intended way? Yeah. So E-Pulse just charges us where we get to place a card from our battle. We get to place this card under a Beat Break Tamer, draw a card, gain a memory. Like, this is by default a 4 of. This is probably 2 of, because this is like the memory boost of the deck. It's probably... Yeah, it's probably at least a 2 of. Like, we could do color cohesion, right? Like, we technically don't need color cohesion, because they're trying to allow us to run all this stuff anyway. So, like, we could technically throw in, like, a sprint dash or something, or a treadmill. Out of the ones that we are getting, only 2 of them are green. Treadmill's arguably better. So maybe... I mean, ideally, they're trying to have us not use that. Ideally. The only reason I would look at the yellow-black version would be the ability to use the yellow and black training and boosts. Yes, 100%. Like, right now, we're just trying to pick out what are the best abilities. I feel like the level 5, right now, none of them matter, outside of, like, maybe Monarch Lizardmon, because, like, that card's insane. Because, like, this Cougarmon digivolves us for free. So we go free Evo into Monarch, which could, is this specifically just for, digivolve, like, using the option? So I guess if we're forcing ourselves to use, these cards, then we probably don't play the baby Habakiri. Like, unfortunately, it just feels like because of this card, we don't want to use, like, because of how the level 5s work, we just don't want to digivolve normally. We always want an option. Because this is not for just digivolving, right? It's just for using options or playing cards, which is either setting up the tamer or using our option, literally. By trashing the bottom face down, you may play a glowing dawn card from our hand. Use or play. Yeah, so it's not giving us that free evolution. But I mean, if we're going free all the way up, then it's fine. So we're probably, if we're just looking objectively at the best abilities, then we probably wouldn't even waste our time with Wolvermon. And this Cougarmon is good, but it's not a free evolution, so we probably wouldn't play it either. Yeah, but I do like the idea of the color cohesion. So we probably... So right now, if we're just objectively looking at what are the better abilities, maybe because of the -3, maybe we do swap this Monarch Lizardmon out for Murasari. Because this minus is 5,000. So that way it's minus 8,000, and then we could use this to split its ability. It technically doesn't matter, I get it, but it's not terrible. Then what else are we doing here? Because this allows us to use the option, so this is probably a 3 of, because we're not always going to be going into Monarch Lizard. And then suspending the opponent's stuff, as of right now, reasonably doesn't matter. Like, that's where the piercing comes in. And that's kind of like the awkward thing is, like, they really just want you to pick a lane and just stick with it. Like, I don't think Wolvermon is bad. It's just, unfortunately, like, you still would rather have the Tamer Setter. And then if you're playing Cougarmon, then you're still probably maybe just better off with the other Cougarmon. What does Chaparro do? On play, by trashing a face down card, we get to return a Glowing Dawn traded card from our trash to our hand, so it's the Retriever. This allows us to basically discard draw 2 by placing a card from our hand face down. Oh, so this batteries, this charges us. Which is, I guess, just a better version of discard draw 2. Geckomon is the searcher. Yes. Do both Geckomon search? Yes. What do the Leols do? This searches as well. What does this Leol do? This reduces the Digivolution cost. But isn't this already reducing the Digivolution cost? Yeah, so by trashing your top security, this Digimon can digivolve. And then what does this do? By trashing the bottom face down. So obviously, like, Fremon just wants to be used with the Leol stuff, but like if we're objectively just using the best ofs, then then Kekomon's probably better. Like Kekomon's probably our egg, and maybe we would run like one Fremon or something. Cause like it doesn't matter. Monarch Lizardmon does feel like the OTK part. Yeah, Monarch Lizardmon's kind of insane. Because Habakiri unsuspends. Oh, but Monarch Lizard, that's the awkward thing. Like, that's the, so maybe we only would do 2 Monarch Lizards. And then we would just like have a buffer one. Because like ideally most of the time we're actually going to be going into our 5, and this is mostly just a tech card to try to win games with. Because like the idea is we Monarch Lizardmon and then go into this guy. Like we just digivolve normally. But like we're forced to make the attack. And like nothing else is forcing the attack at the end of the turn, right? Unless one of these cards is doing it. Is there a reason to run a 5th egg? Without Ukomon? It's the reason why you would consider running a 5th egg is because the eggs don't matter so much. Like, it's a reduced Evo of 1 versus a reduced Evo of 2. Like, they're doing basically almost the same thing. It's just their conditions are different. So this is agnostic of needing stuff underneath our Glowing Dawn Tamer. So, like, if our Glowing Dawn Tamers don't have anything underneath, then Fremon is arguably just better. But if we obviously do have our Tamers set up, then Kekomon is obviously better. So there's like different case usage on which one is better, depending on how the deck is built. Because like the way that the deck really, like, and this is the awkward part, is again, based on the tools that we have of all of our Glowing Dawn cards, like this is literally all the Glowing Dawn cards we have, they want you to pick a lane. They want you to either play Tomoro and run pretty much just the full Gecko lineup, and then just splash in the Habakiri because you can, or you are going to be playing Kyo with the Murasarimon stuff, and then you're just going to tech in a Monarch Lizardmon, but you're still just going to be digivolving into either Habakiri or a Tratusmon. So, like, arguably, I think the Kyo stuff is probably just better in the long run. So, like, that's the awkward part, is like they want you to try to pick a lane. And picking the lane is the hardest part. Get a player use. Yeah, because like the cool thing at least about the Murasari, like these abilities is you could still just like use the option or set up the additional tamer. Because like what? These are basically doing the exact same thing. This is a mem setter. When your security stack is removed, by suspending this card, we get to place the top 2 cards of our deck face down. So that's how this card is charging itself, which triggers with the Fremon specifically. So we could swing, charge, and then do our shenanigans. because this gives us the Digivolve mid attack. This does too. But this specifically works off of Kyo. What is Tomoro doing? When any Digimon suspends, by suspending this tamer, we get to place the top 2. So obviously we swing with whatever Digimon. Kekomon allows us to use Tomoro to pitch a source to Digivolve reduced by 2. Then we're going to basically just, like, it's just a climb combo. So it's just which climb combo is the best, is the main argument. So I guess technically Kyo doesn't even matter then. Like so the Fremon and the Kyo probably don't matter, because if we're going to be forced to make the attack anyway, then Tomoro is just objectively the better one, right? Like, am I missing something on that one? Because if we're always attacking to initiate our combo, this will 100% charge us all the time. So that just makes Tomoro the best one out of those two. Like, unless I'm, like, severely missing something. Because your turn effects are basically the exact same. When this Digimon, or when you would use a Glowing Dawn option by trashing the bottom face down from any of our tamers, we get to reduce it by 1. When a Glowing Dawn option by trashing, yeah, so they're literally the exact same. It's just this charges when security is removed, this charges when something is suspended. And it's any Digimon. So Tomoro is just objectively better. So I guess, like, the big thing is, what is our big combo? So obviously we want to end in this card. Just what is our combo? Because this allows us to end of attack on suspend. So we're going to go into Kekomon. So Kekomon goes into one of these fuckers. Then we Digivolve into Cougar? When an opponent's, on play when Digivolving, one of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 3,000. Then by trashing 2 cards face down from any of our tamers, this Digimon can Digivolve for free. So, this allows us to trash 1. So we're going to have 2 by default. What is this card doing? By placing the top card of our security face down, if the opponent has a Digimon, we also get a gain of memory. So this just batteries itself passively. When an effect trashes from under this, by suspending this tamer, one of our Glowing Dawn gets plus 3,000 DP. What does this do? This just gives jamming. I think we should have enough DP where jamming just doesn't matter. You're going to place the top card, then... Yeah, so these are literally just the exact same card. It's just they're doing something different. It's just this gives us jamming, this gives us plus 3,000. I think in the current environment, the plus 3,000 is arguably more important. I mean, I guess technically, since they're the exact same thing, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is the Tomoro. Tomoro feels way more solid comparing them? Yes. And I think, like, that's the awkward part, is, like, right now we're just, like, min-maxing the minor abilities that we do have. So it's just recognizing what is our combo line then. And what do we need in order to get to our combo line. So, and, like, that's the thing I don't think Monarch Lizardmon fits for the deck as well as we think he does, because of the fact that he's generally not part of our combo line. Right? Because we're already... Ideally, if we're going to be using the Armor Lizardmon, this one, we're we're already going to be mid-attack. So we attack. We use Kekomon to then Digivolve into Eclipse. So we go up into... So I guess, like, it's just recognizing what our combos are. So I need to grab some, like, janky cardboard so I could, like, do math. I know, it's weird. I always use cardboard to do math. All right. This pile should work. Yeah. Okay. So, let's do math. So, if we're going to be using this Armor Lizardmon, the play line is we're going to probably want to move this Armor Lizardmon out of raising, because we don't care about its on play when digivolving at all. Suspending the opponent's Digimon's like, whatever. It's fine. Not the worst, not the best. What we care about is when we use an option card, then we get to trash the bottom card and reduce the option by 3. So we're going to use... So we're going to move out Armor Lizardmon, use the option. Armor Lizardmon is going to use Final Judgment to Arts Digivolve for 1 into a Monarch Lizard. Monarch Lizard's ability will give himself Rush and Security Attack +1, plus 5,000, and then make the attack. The attack is happening, so we get to trash the bottom face down to de-digivolve. We may or may not do that. When digivolving, this can battle one of the opponent's Digimon, so this could just straight up remove one of the opponent's Digimon already, which is why we may or may not do that. So we've used 1 card from underneath our Tamer already on just using Armor Lizardmon, going into Monarch, and we paid 1 memory. Then we're mid-attack with Monarch Lizardmon, which means we could use Kekomon to remove a second card under our security to reduce the Digivolution going into a level 6 by 2. So that means for 2 whole memory, we would be Digivolving into the level 6. So we used 2 cards from underneath our Tamer so far. We didn't use Eclipse Impact, and we went into our level 6. Our level 6 is going to be how big? So that's going to be +5, so that's 17 bare minimum, right? 17 attacking for 3 checks, because 1 security attack off of himself, 1 security attack off of Final Judgment, and then another, and then his base security attack. Then when attacking, when digivolving, your opponent's Digimon effects don't affect this Digimon, and then delete one of the opponent's Digimon with the lowest DP. So again, that's why the suspending part, like, none of those actually mattered. Yeah, and then this doesn't give us an unsuspend. So this, for spending 2 cards underneath our Tamer and 2 memory, we can get up into a level 6 Digimon. That's 17k at best, 20k. Oopsies. Not entirely terrible. But that doesn't seem that great to me, you know? Like, it's fine. It doesn't seem great. So what would we rather do? So if we are going to be using these cards, then this might be better, or the other Cougarmon. I'll bring back the other Cougarmon. Here we go. Because memory and cards underneath our thing might matter. So that whole combo allows us to use just Tomoro. So that's one thing we have to keep in mind, is that is just using one Tomoro. So obviously, if we're going to start ideally with this Leolmon, we could reduce the Digivolution cost. When this Digimon would Digivolve into... Yeah, so this would be a combo chain. So if we use this Leolmon, we Digivolve from Leolmon into a Cougarmon for one memory. Then this Cougarmon triggers, give the opponent minus 3,000, and then we have to trash 2 cards underneath our Tamer to then get a free Evo. So we trash 2 to get a free Evo into our 5. So we already would have needed to have 2 sources underneath our Tamer. Otherwise, we could just Digivolve for reduced. So maybe... So I think this might not be the play. Because I think maybe this is the play instead. So what we're doing with this is we still Digivolve for 1. And then we Digivolve for 1 again to go into a Murasame, right? Yeah. So we Digivolve for 1 into the Murasame, and then this only trashed us 1 card from underneath our Tamer. So if we had a Tomoro set up, and a Tomoro and Kyo set up, or an E-Pulse set up, then we're fine. So we need an additional setup. And then it doesn't matter which Murasamemon we go into. I think maybe this one might generically be better. Oh, this one's a win Digivolving. One of the opponent's Digimon gets minus 5,000, then by trashing. So this isn't giving us any window. This is. Yeah, so we have to use this Murasamemon. Does this... Oh, we could just trash the security. We don't even have to trash... Okay. So I keep forgetting we could just trash a security off of this. Yeah, 3 checks, reboot blocker, unaffected isn't bad. So we Digivolve for 1, then we Digivolve. Yeah, so I think because this isn't giving us a window, this is our one of, and we need this. Because if it's your turn, by adding the top card of our security to our hand, or by trashing a card underneath our Tamer, then we get to use one option and reduce it by 3, which we could stack when we attack to reduce it by a total of 5. So ideally, we start with Leol, Digivolve for 1 into Cougar. Cougar is going to trash a security to allow us to Digivolve into Murasame for 0. We hold on the when Digivolving because we're going to trigger it when we attack. So now in Murasame, we swing, we use Kekomon to reduce whatever level 6 that we're going into by 5. So obviously we want to go into this one. So that way we go into this for 0. So we go into the level 6 for 0, swinging for 2 checks, and then we've only spent, what, 1 card underneath our Tamer? Maybe 2? Because we subsidized it with our security. And then this allows us to unsuspend because of this ability. So this is where the second card underneath comes into play. So if we literally had just a Tomoro on our field, we went into this Leomon, this Cougarmon, into this Murasamemon, we could end in this card for literally 1 memory. So we spent 1 memory to do 4 checks on the opponent's security, and we get to unsuspend at the end of the turn because of reboot. It won't be as big, but it could be potentially 15k if we had this card set up. But still, 12k dealing 4 damage. I guess that's kind of where this would be helpful, is because like this could give us the jamming to ensure that our attack is safe. Because none of this is increasing our DP. And I feel like that might be an issue. But I do feel like so far this is like the line. Oh, Murasamemon gives us DP? Oh, I mean, alliance. Yeah, so if we alliance, like, if we had an extra body to alliance with, then we're, like, golden. But I guess that's where jamming comes in. If it's your turn by adding, yeah, so its ability literally is just, unsuspending and then reducing the Digivolution cost. I'm saying Digivolution cost because we're essentially using the option to Digivolve. But this card natively isn't giving us any additional... oh, but we have Barrier. What am I thinking? We don't care. We have Barrier. So we don't even need jamming because we have Barrier. Oh my god. So we just don't even need this card then. All right. So we go Leol, Cougar, Murasame, Aturtus, or Atratus, and that's 4 checks off of 1 memory and 2 cards used underneath our Tamer, which we would have done when we swung with Murasame to be able to get the effect off of the Gecko. Because we could burn... with this, we could burn a security in order to save us a card underneath our Tamer. Yeah. So that's really strong. Because then we could, like, alliance potentially on the first swing when we Digivolve, and then now that would be a whole 5-check swing, and we could, like, hard play something and then and then use Final Judgment for game. So at this point, I think Murasamemon is just the better thing to do. And, like, we're just using these cards to subsidize it. So I guess what's the difference between Leol and Geckos? So we get to reveal the top 3, add 1 card from our hand, and 1 yellow beat break card. Oh, this is specifically yellow. Oh, and then the rest go to the bottom. And then what is this doing? This is green specific. So maybe this is the Gecko, because this is a when moving. So we get to reveal 3 from our hand, add 1 Glowing Dawn into our hand and 1 underneath. So, God, that's so tough. Like, all the rookies seem really good. But they're asking for specific colors. So, like, this is a slop deck that wants us to be in a specific color. So, obviously, we're going to be using this Gekomon. And then, like, Christie and Shapiro are pretty decent. Maybe because, like, by trashing the... I think maybe we can't play Shapiro because we need the sources underneath our Tamer, even though the retrieval is really nice. Like, maybe Shapiro is a 1 of, and this is, like, a 2 of. Because the draw is good. But the search is also, like, very valuable. By placing 1 card from our hand face down underneath our Glowing Dawn Tamers, we get to draw 2. And then this could also give us blocker. So, like, we're at 11. 11 and 11, so, ugh. Maybe we reduce this Cougarmon down. Yeah, the set searchers are for specific color. I think slop is what, I think for slop you need to play the others. Yes. So, like, if we're going pure slop, then playing the others is more ideal. Use 2 Shapiro as you, use Shapiro as a 2 of if you have face down, combo pieces. Like, I could see going up on the Shapiro. My only issue is the deck doesn't have ways of playing things out for free. Oh, well, I guess technically it does. Right? Because of these types of abilities. So, one of your Digimon, blah, blah, blah. Then by trashing the bottom face down, any of our Tamers, we get to play or use a Glowing Dawn traded card. So, that means we could technically play, Shapiro for free. But that means we don't get the free Evo. Because ideally we want to use that with the option. Yeah, so I think, like, in that instance, Glowing Dawn is going to be a really important card. Just because this can guarantee the memory, and this is just good search. Obviously, E-Pulse is, like, one of the most important cards in the deck. We get to play a Beat Break with a play cost of 4 or less from our hand or trash. So good. So, I could see going, like, 2-2 here. And then, do I want 8 then? If that's the case? Just round out the numbers? 8-3, something like this. Like, this is pretty basic for a Beat Break deck, I'd say. Like, this is definitely more slop design. Alright, let me put the garbage cardboard. I think I'm done with that math, right? Yeah. So, if you were playing more towards, like, trashy Beat Break, like slop design Beat Break, this is probably where you're gonna end up. Like, it just uses the best of everything. Technically, you could add jamming in so you don't have to, like, rely on barrier as much. What does Wolvermon do again? Wolvermon just reduces. So when this Digimon would Digivolve, we get to trash a face-down card from under our Tamer to reduce the cost of Digivolving by 2. So it's basically doing the exact same thing as this Cougarmon. Like, it just has that your turn ability. And then the only other difference is it natively is a blocker, which arguably doesn't matter as much. And then it has the inheritable blocker. So, like, this really isn't important because we already have a Cougarmon that's doing the exact same thing. We technically have two Cougarmons because this card also minuses 3,000 to one of the opponent's Digimon, which may or may not matter. But the fact that this could either trash our security or two cards underneath our tamer means that we could just like Digivolve for free. So like the big difference is how many sources we have under our tamer, which Cougarmon becomes better. Because this Cougarmon can help search out cards out of our security, and then we could just hard Digivolve into a 5. Whereas this is more of like combo chaining. So, like, this would require us to either have the sources already set up or just sacrifice a security to do it. Versus this, where it's one less resource, and it's not combo chaining. It says nothing about trashing security? Does it not? I thought it was one or the other. By trashing two of the bottom face-down cards underneath, this Digimon can Digivolve into a glowing trash. Oh, yeah, it's this Murasamemon that's the either-or. By adding the top security to our hand or trashing. Yeah, so I was mixing it up with this Murasame. So maybe we go down on this one and then up on this one. Like, swap the ratios, because, like, this isn't going to be useful all the time, because I thought it allows us to trash security instead of two cards. Yeah, so I think then, if that's the case, then this Cougarmon is better. It's just a better on average. Because we could swing with this Cougar, Digivolve here, use this, or... No, we could Digivolve into Murasame and then hold on to the when Digivolving / when attacking. Because this is optional. Yeah, so we Digivolve for 1, Digivolve for 2, going into Murasame, swing with Murasame, trash a security, then use Kekomon. Or no, we don't even need to trash a security. We could just like Tomoro. Swing with this Murasamemon after Digivolving into it for 2. Tomoro will allow us to charge, so Kekomon can trash, and then this can trash, and then that gives us a free Evo into our level 5. Or into our level 6. Maybe Wolvermon uses less resources? I mean, so, like, if you already have the resources set up, then this is just objectively better. Like, it does increase your average, in a sense. So, like, I guess, like, you can make the argument, sure, for, like, more slop design, like, you could just easily use Wolvermon, because it's basically just a copy of Cougarmon, for the most part. But the inheritable literally doesn't matter, because, like, you, ideally, this is our best level 6. And this already has reboot blocker. It's only really good for, like, Habakiri. But, like, this is a flexible spot, yes. Theoretically. Theoretically, this is flexible. So, like, if you were gonna go more pure into slop design, this is probably where you would end up. Especially if you're trying to limit how many extra cards you're gonna need. So that way you don't like hardcore just need to snap by a shit ton of these two cards, which may or may not be expensive. Maybe 3 Cougar, 2 Wolver. I could see going down Wolver, like going down to like 1 Wolver and then running 2 of the other Cougar. Like I could see something like this. Or like you could even start considering maybe using Armor Lizardmon. When you use an option, this is only just for options, yeah, so that's not really helping us. So I think like this is probably where you would want to end up, something along these lines. So that way you have like 6 Cougarmon. If you have the extra resources, then this card becomes absolutely insane. Otherwise, like Wolver's kind of just like a cute tech card to act as a 5th copy of this. So you kind of have like 7 copies in a sense of Cougarmon, where it's just like you either have it as the good version with enough resources, or you have it as the bad version without the resources. So maybe splitting them might be better because like it honestly is 3 slots that could just be whatever the fuck it wants. At least it feels that way. So this is going more dedicated into slop design in a sense. So maybe the Tomoro versus this needs to be swapped. So maybe these need to be swapped, or like the tamer ratios could be played around. Because like this Tomoro is like legitimately one of the most important things. So maybe making sure you could always find it is valuable, and you don't necessarily care about having the extras because it's so easy to charge itself. Oh, and this also reduces the option cost. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Yeah, so I think like something like this is probably better. Uh Keeping your primary tamer, like the memory setter as the 4 of, because like the extra DP is nice, but it doesn't feel like it would matter because you're already going to have barrier. And this also increases the consistency of barrier. So I think this is pretty okay for slop design. So feel free to take a picture because I think the other ways to build beat break are kind of boring. So actually, hold on. Let me, I guess like for my own sanity, let me take a screenshot. Oop. And then I could post it in my Discord. So hashtag shilling for Discord. Even though I don't really do anything like super crazy with my server. It's not even a boosted server, so it's just there. But I think like, so if you're going to go more into a specific line, then this becomes like a lot easier. So obviously, oops. I still think this Murasamemon is like the best level 5, so I would probably still want to keep this as a 4 of. And then that lets you run this, that lets you run this. Where's the, here we go. And then what's the other rookies that, would we still want to split these or would we not care? Because like the Geckomon stuff allows us to run more color-based searching tools. So like we don't particularly need the Glowing Dawn specifically. Although Glowing Dawn's still probably good. It just gives us access at dual cards. So we could run Sprint Dash and Agility. Probably not in a high quantity because we still have like off-color cards like Habakiri and Murasame. And then like one additional rookie. Since the dual option in the Gecko line are also black. Oh yeah, you could. Well, so it's only the Monarch and the level 6. So I think like you could theoretically run the the yellow black one. Okay. The yellow black one also can help find the Murasame and the Habakiri, and then it still can help find the Tamer as well. So like maybe you don't run any other trainings other than these two, and then this allows you to tighten up the deck a little bit more. So I guess the big question because we're not playing beat break cards, we're just playing Glowing Dawns because there's a couple of outside beat breaks. So I still think like this Murasame is like arguably one of the more important ones, but like now we could actually consider running this as well. Then we have the Monarchs or the Armor Lizardmon. So now we could play the Armor Lizard combo in a sense. And then we probably would subsidize it with Cougar. I think the Cougar's still good to subsidize it with. So we just go like 3-3-3 or something like that. Because I think like because of the training cards, we could actually start trimming some of the fat down. This allows us to grab green cards, so this grabs us the majority of our stuff. We're not going to be running the yellow searcher. So like what's the other card that we're going to be running? Is it the starter deck Leol or the or like some of these? Cuz like our combo line is basically the same. So I think maybe we run Pristimon and Leol. Like the starter deck Pristi and starter deck Leol. We could probably cut the searcher down by 1. Then we could probably cut Monarch Lizard or Murasame. I think maybe we would cut Murasame by 1 or something. If we wanted to try to use this. No, I think maybe we would just cut this down to 1. Because obviously the Murasame is the main card, and then actually, if that's the case, maybe we actually would just run 3 Final Judgment Monarchs. Maybe that's actually just the play. Yellow black base would probably be going into I mean like yeah, so like if you were like I'm just experimenting with like a green base first. And then I do think like because the green base could still find like the Glowing Dawn option in a sense because of the Geckomon. Because we could use this to take the Glowing Dawn option as like a secondary card. So we could reduce this, and then we have, like, what, a couple of slots left? So we could run... Because, like, there's no reason to run a memory boost in the deck when Glowing Dawn exists as a card. Like, literally no reason. So this gives us... our curve is okay, but we got 2 card slots to do with whatever. So I think if that's the case, we might want... like, just some other generic filler cards. There's an argument for... God, what's its name? Digital Gate Open. Yeah, it could also grab E-Pulse. So the big question is, based on this ratio, do we run Digital Gate Open? Or, because, like, the big problem that I'm seeing here, and it's not necessarily, like, with this deck specifically, the big beat break problem, in a nutshell, is it doesn't have the comeback factor. So, like, you're just relying on your 2 level 6s having just barely enough protection to be able to keep your Digimon around versus whatever the opponent is going to be throwing at you. So I feel like because of that dichotomy, like, you don't really have any rebuild plan. Like, you're not planning for a rebuild. And I feel like the rebuild is arguably one of the most important factors of the game. So, we probably would want Scramble. I think the deck would benefit from a Scramble. Like, maybe a one-of Scramble or something. And then maybe an extra copy of Glowing Dawn. So, no Scramble-like effect makes it hard to come back. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, we have the Monarch Lizardmon. No, I think maybe we do just do 2 Scrambles. Like, because the green variant of the deck does have easier access at Monarch Lizardmon because you're natively just running the Armor Lizardmon in the first place. So, like, you could have a scramble play, revive Geckomon, then Digivolve Geckomon into Armor Lizardmon, then use Final Judgment for 1 to be able to make a comeback attack. And then you could end your turn on this card to unsuspend and potentially leave a blocker up. To be honest, I would skip the treadmill training and go 2 scrambles since there aren't enough hits in the list. That's fair. So I could swap out, like, treadmill training. So I'm already running 2 scrambles because now we're at 50. So I could take out treadmill training and put in an extra copy of Glowing Dawn. Either that or I run a like an actual memory boost. But, like, everything already is within Glowing Dawn, so there's no reason to run a memory boost when we have Glowing Dawn. So maybe that is the play. Either that or I run 1 green training. So maybe one of the green trainings so, like, maybe a green training would be good. So, like, that finds the majority of cards in our deck. If that's the case, then do I need the Pristimon? Or should I just, like, go up more on the Leol then? Like, Persimon's fine. But Persimon's Inheritables only really, like, it's just more card draw, to be honest. It's just a battery and a card draw. I think the battery factor is good enough. Because we have Gekomon that also is batterying. So I think if you were to build the deck more green focused, this is probably what you would end up trying to do. Percy's also charging. Yeah. I feel like charging the Tamers is like still incredibly important. So I think like Perstimon kind of has to stay. As much as I would want Shapiro, without actually playing the deck, I don't know how useful, like how often I'm gonna have access cards underneath my Tamers. So that's why I'm like not super high on Shapiro right now, is because like I just don't know the Tamer resource engine, if how good it is. If it's better than what I anticipate, and I'm just like, I'm having no struggles getting cards underneath my Tamers, then I think Shapiro would be more acceptable to use. Same thing with like swapping the Cougars, where it's just like, yeah, if I just have like 5 or 6 cards underneath my Tamers by like turn 2 or something, or turn 3, we'll be realistic and say turn 3, then I do think swapping the Cougars would be better. Like, would just functionally be better. There's an argument to go down this Armor Lizardmon. Because this Armor Lizardmon is only really good with Monarch Lizard. Otherwise, it's just not that great of a card. Well, I guess technically you could set up E-Pulse for free with this. So maybe it's not as bad as I think. It might come back after some testing. Yeah, like this is just initial builds. So this is a more green variant. So now we could swap to a more yellow variant. Um I'm not thrilled with Kyo, but like with his egg, it's not that bad. Basically using our security to start charging us. And then we get you, we get you, we get you. We still would run this. This would become our main, and then we can make an argument for like a tech of the other Habakiri. Actually, I don't think we can. I literally don't think we can run the old Habakiri because it's not a dual card. Yeah, because this is play or use. So we literally, like, we are only using this card digivolving after a Habakiri or a Murasame attack. So I literally don't think we could play this Habakiri. Kind of unfortunate. Then we can change our scramble and our agility and our training. Da, 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 da. Oh, those are all the additional cards. Okay. Because now we have to clean up this. So we remove this here. And then we could run 3, 3, and 3 again. Just now focused on Cougars instead of Armor Lizards. I think if that's the case, then we just go like 4 and 2. Because unfortunately, we still need something to set up our Tamers. We probably run 2 of this Murasame, and then we get 2 Monarch Lizards. Because ideally we're just going to be using these anyway, and this is just going to be like a win button in a sense. I think we have to go 3-3 of the split because I think like the combo between these two is just too good. Like, it's kind of unfortunate that this like Habakiri is kind of just slightly outclassed by just dealing more damage. But I guess like maybe for the sake of the argument, we could just do a 3-3 for right now. And then we could run our treadmill. And yellow scramble. I'm up on the rookies, so we could go probably down this one, the Digivolve for 1. And then we could go up a scramble or something. Make sure we have scramble plays. So that was green beat break. This is like yellow beat break in a sense. No, DCGO seems really good, especially if the opponent hits, especially if the opponent has Tamer Hate. DCGO doesn't play out of your trash, right? Yeah, it's just from your hand. DCGO is just playing cards from your hand. So, like, you're just going to accept the fact that if the opponent has any kind of Tamer Hate, you're just hosed. And, like, so the unfortunate thing is there's, like, literally not enough deck space for DCGO. Because, like, you could make the argument of taking out yellow scramble, but I feel like for where the current state of the game is, scrambles are arguably more important now than they've ever been. So I reasonably cannot feel comfortable with not running a scramble type card. Yeah, E-Pulse is just also fundamentally better. Because this plays our cards out of our trash. So we get to play a beat break traded card with a play cost 4 or less from our hand or trash. So, like, this is allowing us to play out our tamers from our trash. So we don't need DCGO because we could just E-Pulse into tamer. So that's kind of where we're at here. And I think, like, Beat Break for the cards that we have revealed is arguably more interesting than Data Squad, which is pretty unfortunate. Because I feel like the Beat Break cards, you're just actually using the other Beat Break cards as filler to flesh out the decks that I feel like Bandai wants you to make. So, like, they want you to play either yellow Beat Break or green Beat Break. Like, that's where Bandai wants you to do. Or you could play like slop Beat Break just because you don't have enough cards between either yellow or green to really flesh out either very well. But I do feel like yellow or green Beat Break is objectively what Bandai wants you to do. And I think like green, I think like green Beat Break is, I think yellow Beat Break is better. I'm gonna be like controversial and say I think yellow Beat Break is better. So the reasons why I think yellow beat break is better is because it's just overall more tempo efficient. And I think that matters a lot. I do think the Tomoro is objectively better than Kyo. Using your security as a resource isn't necessarily the thing you want to do, which is why I like the slot pile beat break. But like the big thing that makes me not super thrilled with slot beat break is you don't get scrambles. You just don't. And beat break doesn't have its own built-in scramble, so once your stack is outed, then the game is kind of just over. But I do think, oh, maybe my green beat break was better. I lied. I think my green beat break deck might be better than the yellow one. But yellow feels like it has the better tempo tools. Like the Tomoro is better than the Kyo, but the Cougars are better than the Armor Lizards. So, but that's kind of just my own experimentation with beat break, and again, without further playtesting and iterating, I don't actually know how good any of this is. All I know is the main thing you're trying to do, no matter what beat break deck, is going to be BT25 Murasamemon into Arc Arturismon. Aratismon. God, I'm butchering its name. Aratismon. Like, this is the core powerhouse combo of the deck is Murasamemon into Atratismon. Like, it doesn't necessarily feel like it matters how you're getting there as long as that's what you're doing, because that's where all of the damage of the deck is. Like, all of it. Because without Aratismon, you're kind of just forced to use Habakiri, and Habakiri's like fine, but it's not amazing. So I do think like what I had slap wise was probably the best out of the beat break stuff. Like that's just objectively the best of beat break. But we really kind of do just need to scramble. That's the moral of the story is you kind of just need to scramble. Because is there anything in Beat Break that is actually beats? Because there's this guy. Hyenamon's just a built-in. He's just a floodgate. That's funny. Players can't gain memory other than by tamer effects. Yeah, he's and then we get Fangmon. Suspend a non-purple tamer. When any of your opponent's tamers are suspended, gain a memory. That's all turns. So he's just these are just floodgatey type cards. Yeah, and that's basically the only beat break cards that we have outside of like the glowing dawn stuff. Yeah, yellow has a sacrifice security with little payoff. Yeah. Like I think like either the green or the yellow beat break is probably where you're going to want to lean. But like I said, I think like the combo is literally just Murasamemon into this card. And like the rest of the deck kind of just doesn't matter. Like, I mean, it obviously does, but as long as you're doing these two cards, that's kind of the combo. Like that's kind of what you want. Monarch Lizard feels like it's just part of the comeback. So I think like green probably has the better comeback potential because you have easier access at Monarch Lizard. But I feel like you could just manipulate security. The manipulating security doesn't really have that big of payoffs, but like obviously players can probably figure out something to gain off of it. I'm so sad that the hyenas aren't really usable. they're fine. Like, but yeah, like Beat Break as a whole needs to be expanded for them to be more usable. Because obviously we're gonna have like Wolvermon stuff, and obviously we're gonna have Shapiro stuff. Because like we don't even have Night Sharapmon, we don't have any of their ultimates or any of their megas. So like there's just gonna be a lot of Beat Break stuff. It's just my big unfortunate reality with Beat Break is the fact that you will, no matter what, need bare minimum 2 copies of Monarch Lizard and Habakiri. Like, you will probably, no matter what build, need those cards. I do think, like, if obviously you're building towards green beat break, like, Monarch Lizard becomes, like, way more important because Scramble into Armor Lizard into Monarch just gives you easy access at basically getting yourself back into the game probably better than anything that Kyogre has. So like I do feel like the rebuilds yellow is a little bit more efficient, but I think that the rebuilds on green is better. That's kind of where my mindset is at. Because with yellow, you also have like a tiny bit more cohesion because treadmill training can still also grab this card. So like yellow is arguably a little bit more consistent as well, arguably. But obviously like everything's just up in the air because we don't know how things are actually going to play out. But Beat Break doesn't seem terrible. Like it doesn't seem bad. I just don't know how good it actually is in practice. So we could probably move on to another deck because I spent a good chunk of time on Beat Break on apps. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on Beat Break and apps. Let me go grab a quick snacky, and some water, and then we could look at some other stuff. I'm probably gonna try to stay away from the Time Stranger stuff for right now because, like, unfortunately, I'm not super interested in anything Time Stranger related. To be 100% honest, because we're just gonna play like slop anyway. Like it's just gonna devolve into slop. So yeah, we'll probably look at Data Squad next, and I'll look at Excel. Because Excel got an update for whatever reason. Because that is here. Yeah, like Excel. Like, okay. So I'm more inclined at looking at those, and then we could cut back to like actually trying to jam some games in. I'm the only one who's excited about Excel. I have Excel built, like in paper. But that's because Excel was like a really cheap deck, and I should have bought the Chaos Mons, like the promo Chaos Mons a while ago, but I didn't because I was waiting for the price to come down. And then they announced this shit, and then his price just shoots right back up. And I'm just like, for crying out loud. But I liked what Excel was kind of trying to do. I thought Excel was kind of fun. All right. Let me grab some water, some snackies, and let's get back to it. So give me like about a minute because everything's within pretty quick and easy access. All right, I am back. I just have some chips and dip. Got some chips, got some dip. Okay. What data squad stuff did we even get in here? Oh, literally just my boy. That's all we got. Dang. Yeah, we literally just got my boy and that's it. Because all Shine is going to do is throw this into the current Shine build and that's it. So let's look at all of our data squad tools, just like we did with Beat Break. Oh. Let's go normal. There we go. All right, technically we have these, but we're going to ignore them. And we also have this, but we're also going to ignore it. So I guess I'll just reduce these for the time being. Because we don't know how we're going to play just yet. Like, obviously they want us to build Thomas. Like, literally, obviously. Yeah, right now it's just literally Shine Burst Mode and Mirage. And I'm not thrilled with trying to shove Shine Burst Mode into Mirage. Can we? No, it has to literally Digivolve on top of a Shine. So we can, because we're running this Shine. Or we could run this Shine to set it up. But I feel like because this deck just wants to parallel Beat Break, right? Like, are these just doing almost the same thing? So on play, when Digivolving, when attacking, do something, and then by trashing two sources from underneath our Tamer, this Digimon can Digivolve into our hand for free. Wait, what? You may Digivolve into a Data Squad from our hand for free. It doesn't even want us to use the option? It's not use an option or Digivolve, it's just Digivolve? Okay. So the Rise lets us use an option. You may use a Data Squad traded card with a play cost or use cost of 5 or less. This feels way less cohesive than using the beat break stuff. Um all turns when this Digimon. Yeah, so literally you don't have any cohesion off of anything. What? You literally have no cohesion. That's really awkward. It's because the Shine is the only dual card? Yeah. So, like, obviously, if you're going to use the Shine, then you have to use the Rise. But, like, so Mirages doesn't get you a free Evo. So, Lily gives you a free Evo. Rise off of the Geogray basically gives you a free Evo. But they're both literally trying to do separate things. What does the Rose even do? You get to suspend 2 of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then by trashing the bottom face down card from any of your Tamers, none of their Digimon can unsuspend. Then during all turns, when any of your Digimon or Tamers by effect... Oh, wait. When any of the opponent's Digimon or Tamers suspends by an effect, or trashes a card from underneath our Tamer, we get to trash the top card of their security. That's, like, not bad. Yeah, so Data Squad definitely feels like they want you to stay inside of their lanes, and they don't want you to mix. Like, that is literally what I am reading right now. Sorry, I'm almost done with the chippies. Like, unless I'm missing something, this just seems significantly worse than Beat Break in terms of design. Because at least, like, with Beat Break, you have some cohesion to be able to use everything and anything, like slop design. Even though they have signposts that clearly want to railroad you into using their own stuff. So it's just really kind of awkward. All right. So if that's the case, like, So here's the really awkward part, chat. If we're going to be building Data Squad, we might actually have to cut Shine and Geo Greysword. Because we could include at least Lilamon into the mock build. Oops. We probably need the starter deck card, even though it's not good. So we obviously run 4 of the mocks. We run the Beast Knight. Probably not at 4. Probably as like a 2 of. DNA Charge. This would probably be a 4 of. The Data Squad option. Do we... I don't think we even need Yoshino. It wants us... Like, the deck wants us to do these two. So, like, obviously, these would be our focuses. We're literally only using Lilamon because it's granting us free Evos, and because we don't have, like, any actual ability to use Shine Geosword outside of just using it just to use it. Like, I don't know. I guess what do the inheritables do? When this Digimon with Shine Greymon in its name or Data Squad in its traits would leave the battle area by trashing a face down security from underneath our tamer. Our Digimon doesn't leave. Our Digimon doesn't leave. Our Digimon doesn't leave. Okay, so they all have basically the same inheritable ability. So they all have the same inheritables. I mean, we could just throw in Shine Geosword just because, but like we obviously can't really throw in Rise Greymon because like if we are caught in a situation without Rise Greymon, then that just makes the Shine Geosword significantly worse. So we're literally just better off maybe not using it. Establish old Data Squad decks versus new Data Squad deck. Oh, versus new Never Made deck. Yeah. Like obviously I'm trying to like build towards slop design. Um because I do find it kind of appealing that you could be like, okay, Lilamon can then suspend a opponent's Digimon. So that way going into Mirage would be able to potentially attack. And then it keeps their Digimon from unsuspending, so that's pretty good. So it can really keep their stuff locked down, so we could kind of like pick and choose our threats and our priorities. Can we use the AD01 shine? I mean, technically, yeah. But this only plays Marcus's. It doesn't like so this is what's known as a trap or a bait. It is actually not a Data Squad card. It just cares about Marcus. So like yes, we do have a Marcus we could play off of it, but none of the actual text of this card cares anything about Data Squad. It's just a card Data Squad could use for the because. That doesn't necessarily mean that's a good thing, but it also doesn't mean that it's a bad thing either. Like, it's kind of one of those, like, what is this card actually doing and why should I be running it type situations. Like, I can make the argument of, like, okay, instead of running Rosemon, I could just run Shine. Like, that's not an unreasonable play line, but because this Shine only cares about Marcus's, and with this being the only, like, Data Squad Marcus that Mirage would want to use, then like why so like it kind of just muddies the water in a sense. It's just like why would I build Data Squad Shine when I could just build Shine? Like there's zero reason why I would include any Data Squad card specifically when I could just build Shine. And if you're just building Shine, then like you arguably don't even need this card, and this card becomes the win condition. You arguably don't need this card, so it's just like, okay, none of the Shine stuff actually matters for this card specifically. It's just like, yeah, do I want to run Rosemon or do I want to run this Shine? Or do I technically want to run the other Shine? But because I'm not running the level 5, because there's no other card that lets me just use options, there's no real reason to do this or like line up that specific play when there's better things that I could just do instead. At least like this. So that's kind of like my rationale. It's just like this being used as a Data Squad card. It's just like, why? Why would Data Squad even remotely think about using this card when this card literally has nothing to do with Data Squad as a whole, and it's just a Marcus card? Like, it's just a shine card. There's nothing that Data Squad as a whole would want. So, like, depending on what the Marcus that's going to be coming out probably in BT26, what that card does, okay, now you're just playing a new Shine Greymon deck that also just so happens to have the Data Squad trait. So it's like that's the awkward dynamic that we're finding ourselves in with this stuff, like with Data Squad more specifically, which I think like just makes Data Squad significantly worse in terms of its overall design and reception. Like I think these cards, like this is arguably more flexible than the Glowing Dawn stuff, but like this doesn't work with anything. Like, especially since you don't have the cohesion here. Whereas, like, all of the Glowing Dawn stuff does have cohesion. And they do have at least 2 level 6s that are dual cards that they can use. So that enhances the consistency in wanting to use those cards. Oh, God. And it's small little design stuff like that that actually goes a long way. Because it's just like, okay, objectively speaking, there's like actually zero reason to buy anything that says Data Squad. Objectively speaking. Because it is just significantly worse than Glowing Dawn, and Glowing Dawn looks significantly better. And as of right now, the most impressive thing that Data Squad has is Shine. So you might as well just play Shine and forget the Data Squad. Like, you know? It's just really awkward. So we could theoretically run Shine over Rosemon. And then that gives us the ability to set up this card. So maybe that would put more emphasis on it if I were to do that. But like also from a monetary perspective, it's just unnecessarily making the deck more expensive. This card arguably isn't that great, to be honest. Then by trashing underneath, none of their digit. So this is like pseudo floodgating them. So like this is not terrible. It's not bad, but it's not great. And then we get a stun lock, and then whenever we stun lock stuff, we burn security, which is like actually pretty decent. So for right now, I'm going to ignore AD01 because fuck AD01. Like, all honestly, fuck AD01. You get to suspend one of the opponent's Digimon Tamers, then you get to place the top card of your deck. So this charges. If you have 1 or fewer Tamers in play, you get to set up a Tamer, which we already have here. This is Thomas specific. So we're running 2 Thomases, so we arguably don't need the Geo Greymon. Then we get to return one of the opponent's level 3 or lower and batteries. So we got 1 Tamer Setter and 2 batteries. Probably play more. Yeah, probably play the removal a little bit more. Then when it comes to all of these, so we're most likely, are we going to be running the core? What's more important? Probably this. This is probably more important than Lanya if we're like going more towards like Data Squad slop. Because I already discussed that Mirage literally is better off probably just ignoring the majority of the new cards. Like Mirage Data Squad just is not actually a thing. It's like ungodly bad because it's too slow. So it's probably just not even worth running. So this is a searcher for Thomas Mirage and the Gao pieces. Like, are we honestly just using like these to subsidize? So on play, so this is a searcher that batteries by placing one card. This is a draw that batteries. This gives us more DP. This also gives us DP. So we have all turns DP versus plus 2000 DP, which I guess is probably more important. So we're most likely running like for data slop. This is probably what we're doing. This is the retriever, right? By trashing one, so yeah, we're gonna be leaving the retriever out. The funny thing is, it's Thomas and Marcus, yet we're using Rosemon. So this gives us, for the most part, a relatively clean curve. I think maybe because Mach's not letting us digivolve for a reduced amount, we probably reduce the Mach. And we play it something like this. It's not fantastic. And then this is our main egg, because this reduces our digivolution cost. Yeah, when we attack, we get to trash the bottom face down card from underneath our tamer, and then we get a digivolve. So this is where the memory saving is coming in handy. So that way we could be like, okay, 4 out of raising, digivolve into the 5. The 5 that we would want to digivolve into is Lilamon. So that way we could trash 2. And then after we trashed 2, what is this? This just batteries. Yeah, nothing on our 4 is like actually helping us digivolve. Got it. I'm just trying to think, like, do we have something like the other one where it's just like reducing it? So no, so we're just, we can't even, we could swing with our level 4, or like, do we just move out, digivolve, swing with our 5, and then our 5 with the Koromon removes stuff underneath our tamer, and then we digivolve into Mach or into Mirage? Like, I don't know. Like, this is just so muddy. It's so awful. Like, I can't reasonably think of like what our play lines even are. And that's like part of the problem. Is like we have full evolution line with the Mirage stuff, but it's not good. Like, none of this is like actually anywhere remotely good or reasonable. Like, I do just think Data Squad just is kind of bad. Like, I can't think of any good play lines. Like, our best play line is Lilamon hold the when digivolving and use it as a when attacking. But like the problem is like this Koromon's a when attacking. And we don't have any unsuspends except for off of our Mach. So like we could swing with Mach, use his when attacking ability to trash a card, unsuspend, trash another card, digivolve for 1 into Mirage, and then Mirage does something, but like this is where you kind of just need the burst mode. So like you're probably not even going to be running Rosemon, you just need burst mode. But like now, because we're playing burst mode as our win condition, we're just better off not even playing any of the Data Squad stuff, because none of this is like really helping. Like we do have the when attacking both players draw a card. Like that is valid, but we're going to already be doing stuff. Like these abilities already would be used up. So it still is also limiting the overall damage output of burst mode, the burst mode that we do have. We have to have this tamer to give our Digimon jamming. Otherwise, it could potentially be small enough and we could actually just die to security. Whereas before, the way that Mirage is currently built, we just have it as an inheritable built into us. This could help us digivolve. When any of your Digimon would digivolve into a data squad, by trashing the bottom face down from any of our tamers, we get to reduce the cost by 1. When an effect adds a card to the opponent's hand by suspending this tamer, you get to place 2 cards. Yeah, so even this is kind of slightly harder to battery. This just batteries itself. Yeah, at the start of our main phase and on play, we get to place a card face down, and then if the opponent has a Digimon, we get to gain a memory. Yeah, so this, like, batteries itself arguably better than this. That's why this is, like, kind of just straight up awkward. So, like, even if we set up this shine, like, it's just, we're already mid-attack. So we get a Wittenage Evolve to delete something, and then hopefully we have something on our field to alliance with. Otherwise, this really isn't doing anything. And then we have to constantly be removing sources to get this to suspend, right? When effect trashes a card from under this, we get to suspend it. Yeah, so Data Squad's just bad. Data Squad is legitimately just bad. Jaden, after I build Excel, if you want to jam some games with me, like, I'm more than open to doing that. Because I know you want some practice, and practice is important. So if you're still here and you're listening, after I build Excel, because I honestly don't think anything from Data Squad is, like, remotely worth paying attention to. It just unfortunately isn't. Let's go back to 25. All right, that was a very fun thought experiment. I don't even think I finished the build. I just don't see a win con. I literally don't. Like, I saw more of a win con with Beat Break than I do with Data Squad. Data Squad has no cohesion. It wants you to play its parts and pieces all separated. And if you're already doing that, then why are we playing the Beat Break cards when some of what we already have is just objectively better? Like, I guess Rosemon would be better, but, like, then again, Burst Mode, we don't have that great of Rosemons. The new Rosemon's pretty good, but even this is Iliad. Oh, I know what that. Okay. Yeah, this is Time Stranger Iliad. So we literally just get, like, one new evolution line. Yeah, this is a Titan. What is this? This is Titan, or that's just Iliad? It's an Iliad. Interesting. That's a Titan. Iliad, Iliad, Titan, Titan, Iliad. There's the tank. It's a shame. Like, we also have, like, Abdomon, but, like, this is just a level 6 that you throw in the deck. Or Negamon. Yeah, so, like, we have one Negamon. Like, I would have loved this to not be a Negamon card, and it should have just been another Excel card. It should have been. It should have been the level 6 Excel. I don't think we have any options, right? No. We do not have options. That's Titan. Yeah, I don't know why out of everything they gave Negamon a new card. Like, I don't even know what the current deck is, like, doing, but they're probably going to run this. Because it's a new card. It's obviously going to be pushed. So, I think these are the only Excel cards. So, let's go ahead and add in all of the Excel cards from the before times. Yeah, we technically have Dark German Ace that is the XL, but would have liked to have a Dark German that wasn't an Ace. Now we need Chaos Mons. Chaos. So I think the only two Chaos Mons that are worth using is the promo and Boulder Arm. Technically, we could do Ultimate Chaos. I don't know if we would. But technically we could do it, because there's also this one. Yeah, that's unfortunately not in Excel. I think maybe these cards are probably better in D Brigade, right? Actually, they're decent for Excel. On play, when moving, we get to reveal the top 3 cards of our deck, add 1 card with Chaosmon in its name, or D Brigade or Excel in its trait from among them into our hand. Then trash. Oh, and then the rest goes to the top or bottom. That's really good. Oh, Mega Digimon Assembly. Good call. All right. I'm just putting everything to 4 just because I want to read the new cards. So this is the deck's dedicated searcher. So this is a searcher and this is a searcher. So obviously this is going to be the 4 of. So this is our rookie lineup. When any of your D Brigade or Excel cards in its trait are played, this Digimon can Digivolve into a D Brigade or Excel card from our hand and reduce it by 2. This does none of that. And this also does none of that. So probably if we're going like 12, 10, 8, this is probably right now the lineup. Like Excel's pretty easy to build because like it's like there's literally not a lot of pieces. All right. And this is obviously like literally one of the new best Excel pieces because it helps Excel array us. Anyway, bad puns aside. So on play when Digivolving, until the end of the opponent's turn, one of their Digimon can't activate when Digivolving abilities and gets minus 3k. That's pretty good. And then this is the Redirector defensive card. Suspend one of the opponent's Digimon, and then one of our Digimon gets plus 3000 DP. Then one of our Digimon can attack, which is arguably still really good. The Inheritable is pretty bad. When Digivolving, when attacking, reveal the top 3. We get to play a play cost 12 or lower XL or D Brigade card from among them and reduce the cost by 5 and then trash the rest. So we reduce the cost by 5. And then these have the ability to reduce it by another 5. So we basically play a level 6 Digimon for 2 memory? What? Hello. Yeah, off of either of these, like with either of our setup cards, we play them for 2 memory. Even this, reducing it by 5 means this is a 2 cost. Then all turns when any of your D Brigade or Excel Digimon are played, which obviously we're trying to do off of its ability, one of the opponent's Digimon can't Digivolve. Then, as long as this Digimon has Chaosmon in its name, or D Brigade or Excel in its trait, it gains Reboot Blocker. So, obviously, for Excel, you're going to be running 4 of all of the new cards. I honestly think, like, it's probably just something like this, like 4-2-2. Like, these are not great cards. Yeah, they're literally not great cards, and this is actually really good. Now we have to figure out our Mega lineup, and then our level 7 lineup. So, we're probably never playing this card again, right? Because we have this card. Because this is Security Attack and Partition. This is Barrier Blocker Partition. This gives us more colors. So this is literally just a straight up upgrade, right? When Digivolving, if DNA'd until the end of the opponent's turn, they don't affect this Digimon, which arguably is better than anything this is going to be doing. And then when Digivolving, when attacking, not limited to once per turn, one of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 1,000. So pretty strong. And then this is just trashing the top of the security. And then when Digivolving, de-Digivolve 3. Which, like, de-Digivolve is really good, but, like, obviously, we have this. So we have 2 that have security attack plus. Okay, so we're probably never playing this Chaosmon, which is unfortunate. Because I like that Chaosmon. Ultimate Chaosmon. Do we consider using this card? So we could DNA it. Because it's within our DNA colors. That minus 10? Yeah, I know. It's actually minus 20. Because at the end of our turn, we could DNA Digivolve into a Chaosmon and then attack. So we actually get both effects. So we get minus 20. But it's technically 2 minus 10s. And it's premium. Which is the crazy part. The big question is, do we do Ultimate Chaosmon? So when Digivolving, if DNA Digivolve, we get to place 2 level 6 Digimon from our trash at the bottom of this Digimon's Digivolution source. Then for each level 6 Digimon in this Digivolution source, return one of the opponent's Digimon to the bottom of the deck. And while this Digimon has 4 or more cards in its Digivolution source, then it gains Security Attack plus 3 and Piercing. So is this actually needed? Probably not. There's no real, like, the funny thing is, we do have, like, Hank Dramon to try to set up our trash, but I don't think we need Ultimate Chaosmon. I think it's literally just Volderarm and normal Chaosmon. I think, like, the cute aspect of, like, punching for 4 security is nice. And the removal is not bad. I just don't think this card's good enough. I think it's, like, too old. No, it's just cute. That's what I figured. Yeah, there's not a lot of ways to set it up for trashing our level 6s. The only card is literally tank. Literally, the only card is tank. And that's like pure RNG based. But it's also pure RNG if his ability is even going to work. But if it does work, then it's great. So we're running these 2. Because, like, this is also just a really good floodgate. They both have security attack plus. They both have partition for level 6s. So, like, they're both just really good. This also gains us memory. Do we need Mega Digimon Assemble? Maybe we do. We probably do. While your opponent has a level 6 or higher Digimon, we can ignore the color requirements. One of the level 6 Digimon in our hand can DNA into a level 7. What's our ratios, right? We have 8 cards we need to, like, get rid of before we could start trimming even more. Because we unfortunately probably are going to have to run a whole bunch of level 4 or level 6 Digimon. And we're probably going to need to run a decent amount of level 7s. So, gain 1 memory, put this card in hand. We get a play Digimon with XL from our hand with the play cost reduced by 4. Then place this card as any of our Digimon's bottom Digivolution source. So, do we... The big question is, do we need Mega Digimon Assembly if we have Singularity of Chaos? Like, they're basically doing almost the exact same thing. Except Singularity is in Archetype, and Singularity means that we spit the Digimon out. I only ever want Mega Digimon Assembly as a one-of, because we have no white. Oh, unless we're running analog. Yeah, I could see that. So, do we still run 4 Singularity of Chaos? Somebody ran Excel in Booster Box in Virginia? Alright, so this is what the deck was doing last. So it's on 4-2-2-3-3. So I was right there. Yeah, unfortunately we're losing the memory boost to play the level 4s. So maybe there's something here. So 4-2-2. So 4-2-2. How many Singularity? So they're running 3 Singularity of Chaos. So I could run 2 Singularity of Chaos. How many? They're running 2 TKs, 1 treadmill training. That's probably correct on the treadmill training. Am I spelling it wrong? A. I'm missing an A. A, A, A. Yeah, good thing I didn't wait for any of these stupid people. Stupid Facebook Marketplace. All right. And then what else? Singularity. Because we're running the Dark Dramon stuff, like, Singularity becomes significantly worse. Everything's part yellow, right? So we just do yellow-purple? Or do we just, like, actually just buffer these out? Oh, we need the TKs, duh. Because almost everything is yellow, so TK works. Is there a better mem setter? Or, like, a better card we could use instead of the TK? Oh, Yellow Black Searcher. Yes, yes, yes. Good call. That is memory boost. Nope, that's black purple. Sepia. Because everything is literally part yellow or part black. Got it. So, cha-cha-cha-cha. How many rookies were they running? I think maybe we go down, down. That doesn't feel right though. Like I understand they're running 10, but that's because they at that point they didn't have any. Like they literally didn't have anything. What they were, yeah, they were running for chestnut because like I'm surprised they weren't running the one that could actually search out Dark Dramon. It's kind of weird. You prefer green green black memory boost due to the egg? Um that might not be a terrible call out. Oh, the only problem with Chrome is treadmill can't grab it. And that's if I'm trying to run a memory boost. I think we're just gonna have to accept the fact that fuck the egg being green and kind of just be like go from there. Like if treadmill was able to grab it, I probably would consider it. And like right now, I'm 2 cards over, so I either need to cut 2 Digimon or just cut the memory boost. And I'm probably at this point considering cutting the memory boost because we have the Commandramon that's going to search out stuff. So right now we have a pretty clean curve. Not a whole lot of options, but this is probably reasonable for XL, to be honest. Right now we have 12 rookies, so getting colors should work. Yeah, exactly. Like now we actually have 12 proper rookies. And then we're just reducing the bad old cards for the good new card. Oh man, we have such efficient line now. Because we could Falcomon, Digivolve for 1 into Sealstramon. Then when a Digimon is played, this Digimon can... Oh, it's when a Digimon's played. Ugh. This is still good. So we could Falcomon, set up Seals, Digivolve Seals into Tank. I wish we had just something for a little bit extra memory, but like the only thing we could do is just like start cutting and trimming actual Digimon to be able to do that. So like we could cut a Falcomon to try to squeeze in a memory boost, and then we could cut probably a level 4. So I think the worst one is arguably Diatry, because we want to pair up all of the DP reductions at the very least. Because we do have DP reduction here. And then that saves us 2 slots. Seals with the egg can digivolve into a 6 off and on play. So seals should be a singularity. So reduce a seals for another singularity? Because I understand the idea of the fact that seals can digivolve by an effect when any of your deeper grade or Excel are played. Yeah, this wants to play itself. Like, this wants to play the Digimon itself. Seals with the egg. So when any of your Digimon are played, this can digivolve. Okay, so you hard play a level 6 Digimon, then that will allow him to digivolve for 1 here, and then we could trigger it again to digivolve again. No, I think Seals has to stay. Like, Steels should not be a singularity. Steels has to stay up. Oh, Seals into singularity. Yeah. I'm kind of just thinking maybe we just cut the Mega Digimon assembly for a singularity. Just say fuck it. Like, just play all XL cards. Like, nothing more, nothing less. I think, like, the singularity is cute, but I don't think we have the reasonable deck space to run it. Yeah, you meant playline, not replace. Yeah. So I think because of that, like, maybe we should just run singularity at 3 and then just say fuck the... Unfortunately, fuck the option. So I think this is cute. So let me go ahead and save this because I actually do play Excel somewhat casually. And then when it comes to D brigades, honestly, like, you just probably consider just throwing these into D brigades. Like, I don't think D brigades is like that complicated. You just run your normal shit. Oh god. D brigade's got 0 results. Oh, they're running this D brigade. That's Digipolice. Phoenix Reborn. Here we go. This is a real D brigade deck. So as far as when was this last taken? December. Oh god. Yeah, so as far as like what D Brigade's currently doing, probably just replace these with the new level 4. You probably replace this or one of these with the new level 5. Probably don't play Quartzmon in the deck anymore. You could. You probably don't play Congo in the deck anymore, but you could. Uh Yeah, you literally just like take out old cards for the new ones. It's not complicated. So we obviously run the good one. And then we run the other good one. There we go. So there's our level 4s. When it comes to the level 5s, we have this and we have this. Maybe this is a 3 of also, like 3 and 3. Because, like, this is okay, but it's only really good when we're playing stuff out for free. So obviously, this card's still kind of goated. The fact that this has, like, de-digivolve is, like, still kind of important. Oh, this is just removal, though. So maybe we don't run removal and we just, like, focus on these two. Probably still gotta run the option, because the option's still really good. Then we need our trainings and memory boosts and our Shu Lin's. Oh, Shu Lin's kind of awkward. Because she's looking for D-police and X antibodies. So she becomes a little bit more awkward. So maybe we just don't play Tamers anymore. Like, I mean, obviously we have the D-police here. And it's a mem setter. I guess that's why they're playing, like, 2 shoes. Then we would probably go one of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of... Where's Scramble? This. And then boom. Like, honestly, this is probably fine for D police or D brigade. You can make an argument to play out some level 7 if you want. Like, there's that argument. How is this deck, like, actually winning, though? Now that I think about it. Like, I'm stopping and I'm thinking, and I'm like, how is this deck actually winning? Because, like, unfortunately, Brigade is still just, like, one of the best cards that we could have. Like, I guess that's why they were running the Chaos, is because, like, Chaos is still kind of just insane. Like, how are we actually winning with this deck, though? I know, I could just run Magnetic. So, maybe the deck does need Quartz. And then I could run the memory boost that finds green, and then I just can't do anything about the treadmill. Literally, unfortunately. But I would have to figure out cards to take out. Yeah, because Mono Black doesn't really have, like, the best level 7s. Go wide and pray. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just go wide and pray. Because even if I do look at the Chaos Mons, can't even normal Digivolve, and I'm not running yellow. I can ultimate, but that doesn't seem good. Again, not running yellow, so I can't Volder Arm. Again, not running yellow, so I can't Chaos. So literally the only like reasonable level 7 for the deck is just Quartz, unfortunately. Yeah, it is very go wide and pray. Technically, I could just like run an APOC in here just because. Like it could copy the on play of Darkdramon. Doesn't the other Darkdramon have an on play, or is it just Rush? It does. It does have an on play. So I could just like Brigade into frickin' um the one of for APOC, and then APOC can use the on play ability of Darkdramon to be able to gain a whole bunch of memory. Oh, that sounds so bad. It sounds hilarious though, but it sounds so bad. Alright, I'm just not even gonna fuck with a level 7. People could take this as they want. And then the egg is kind of just a whatever. It's a nothing burger. Alright. Is that it for all of the extra stuff from BT25? And like all that's left is literally just Time Stranger to explore? Because like Data Squad's unplayable. Shine just uses the one new tool it's got. Yeah, I think that's it. Level 4 Darkdramon, no effect, hurts me. Or BT4 Darkdramon with no Digivolution effect hurts you. Yeah. Yeah, I think we thoroughly explored all of the extra stuff, and now all that's left is the Time Stranger stuff, which I'll leave for a different time because I want to get into actually playing games. All right. Let me run to the restroom, and then Jaden, if you're here, I could just type in chat that you're still here, and I can make a room, and we could just jam a couple of games to get you some reps in. But I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Yeah, this is my hoodie. I know they were running the purple option, or no, that's for something else, right? No, not here. Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's a promo, that's why. What else am I doing here? I think this is fine. Got a lot going on. Yeah, I think, like, the new purple option's pretty decent. I don't know if it's a 1 of or a 2 of. I got a couple of things I need to figure out. Maybe I cut this, or maybe I just leave it as a 1 of. We'll try hoodie for a little bit. I know people hate hoodie. They hate hoodie. We have our shock, so I think we just kind of have to keep this on principle. So I'm probably gonna hard play Gatsu because I have Erica to bounce it back into my hand. I just need to try to find pieces. That's fine. Ooh. This is gonna be kind of rough. Yeah, so I think now I just play Erica to bounce this back to my hand. Oh, this is going to be so rough. Kind of wish I had another Digimon in my raising. Like, I wish I drew a level 3 here. So, honestly, I do think it is just Erica. And then bounce this back. Because now I could Digivolve down here. And then set up a Mirai as my next turn. And then try to line up a DNA into Shock. And then I should probably be okay. That's fine. Another Erica. Yes. What are we gonna trash? Honestly, is it Inkilimon? No, Inkilimon can minus... I guess it is Inkilimon. I guess the minus DP doesn't matter. Ooh, Kisuke is a good card to get, because I could use Hoodie to set up Kisuke. Or, no, I use Mirai to set up Kisuke. So, they just have to give me... Yeah, I was gonna be like, they have to give me one memory. Yeah, I unfortunately have to do something this turn. So maybe I do some other kind of play. Maybe I just Digivolve into Angemon here? No, I think I do something stupid. Um... Of course, now I see Chitose. We'll do you. Set up you. And then you. Set up you. There. Not the greatest play lines. Oh, I should have forced this to attack. Oopsies. Okay. Yeah, so now I just hoodie and I pressure them like incredibly hard. Oh, does he have the tamer now? Hey, he got it. Oh no. Um. Ooh. Oh, do I play the Betamon? I could retrieve the shock. There's a lot that I can do here. Holy shit. All right, now we just go crazy. Like, I'm sorry if I'm not being really quiet. I'm like actually just trying to think. This is kind of funny. And now I double alliance. So many things are happening. This is why people hate Hoodie. Hmm. Lucky. I guess I'll just do this. Ah, that was a lot. Oh, that's unfortunate for me. Or I guess it's unfortunate for them. I don't think there's any way they can, like, set something up here, right? I think the game's kind of just over. Yeah, even if they stopped the DP reduction, I would just stun their Digimon, I guess. Oh, now they got 2 Unchains. I don't think my opponent is gonna be skilled enough to navigate this. Like, who says Hoodie is bad? Yeah, Hoodie takes a lot of brain power because there's just a lot of shit that happens. Yeah, they're just dead on board and shouldn't have an answer. They could assemble. Like, I know they have assembly. Like, that's the only play line they have, is an assembly play. Oh, I guess they're just opting death. Oh, now they're gonna Mind Link here. I wish there was a trigger all button. Oh, I could just hybrid it. Okay. I guess we just play the Yugo. Grab Kabuteri and Kisuke, sure. Oh, it's just Kabuteri. That's fine. Oh no! They get to play something. The fact that Hoodie also kind of like doubles as a hybrid is kind of nuts. I miss having DNAs though. Oh man. What are these are mandatory? Alright, there we go. Oh my god. That was a lot to take in. I'm not gonna lie. That was a lot. Yeah, I think needing these to stun stuff is probably important. I don't think I'm, like, really that afraid of level 7s, to where I think, like, the Destruction Cannon's a good card. I like the worms. I like the betas. I just need, like, one more... Like, I need to take out one more card to... maybe I am running too many of this and not enough of this still. So make that swap. And then, where's the Sylphies? And then play one Sylphie and take out something? Like, I like the card draw here. I think the blocker on Inkilo is still kind of needed, but, like, it's arguably one of the worst cards of the deck right now. Maybe I'm playing too many Aries, so maybe I could take out one Aerie. And then put the Sylphie in. And now I'm running a lot of a lot of DNAs. Would I rather have this or the partition? That's the real question. Oh, this has to have red. That's why. That's why. This has to have red. Destruction Cannon is a tech against Vortex. I mean, technically all my options are a tech against Vortex. Vortex is a level 7. This only hits 6 and lower. So this doesn't do anything against Vortex. It's these that do stuff against Vortex. I still kind of like the Yugo. Yeah, I just want more DNAs. Like, more DNAs just feel good. Because this is red or green. There really is an argument to take out the Inkilo. And then I probably, would put Kabuteri in its place? It's probably not terrible. Because, like, how often am I really going to shock? And if that card's only used to DNA into shock, then it's not great. I think, like, having the Kabuteri for color cohesion to be able to DNA into Pail or Sylph is arguably more important. But he just feels so clean still. There you go. I know people really hate Hoodie. But, like, its value engine is, like, legitimately stupid. I know it's not the greatest deck anymore. I think, like, against TS, it probably has a pretty hard time. I guess this is a fine hand. It's not great, but it's fine. Whoa. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, so next turn, I'm gonna Tentamon into Yugo. Or do I just Gatsu? Like, do I Kisuke Gatsu? Or do I... Maybe I have to set up Yugo so next turn I could, like, Kisuke Gatsu. Because I Gatsu here. He goes to 2. He might be able to force a play out of me. So I think the safer play is just to Yugo. No! My Pail. I didn't even have any Digimon to do it with, but that's fine. I kind of want both of these. I really do. I think it's probably just the Kabu. As much as I want to take the Kisuke, I think it is just the Kabu. Yeah, so now I can do... 2 is kind of spooky. We're obviously going to be probably taking the Angemon. And this. The extra Tento might have been actually the correct play, but this is fine. This can help snowball a little bit. Oh, he's moving out now. Maybe I gave him enough memory to where he's confident. So, Dexter Gora? Yeah. Well, this Digimon would be deleting by digivolving it into a Digimon permanent. Okay. So how does Hoodie work? Wormmon. So is this for each Digimon with Hoodie? So you're gonna play one Digimon, then your opponent's Digimon gets minus 3,000 for each of your Digimon with Hoodie and trait. Okay. So I could hard drop Gatsu, that Digivolve into Hoodie, and then that should be able to delete this pretty cleanly. Or is that not worth doing? Or is it just worth Kabuteri cycling? So Digivolve into Kabuteri, set up Angemon. Angemon draws me a card. And then Kisuke. Yeah, so there's a couple of different things I can do. So I could Digivolve into Hoodie. No, I think I just pressure here. I think I save the Hoodie. Oh. Rip. So I could play the Gatsu. Or do I end on playing Gatsu? I think I end playing Gatsu. I think I memory choke here. Go ahead, block. Does this change anything? Can I use a Kisuke to play out a Kisuke to then use this Kisuke to bounce this to get a full board bounce? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so the answer is no. Yeah, because I'm going to shove Wormmon in Raising. So what I should have done was let my Digimon get deleted. I was hoping to get the board bouncies. Really? He didn't want me to use Ryuji? Kinda rude. The latest Kisuke doesn't see the end of turn? Yeah, okay. So, I just misplayed that. Because I could have bounced both of my Digimon and then, had the other one get deleted. Oh, this thing doesn't even have piercing. Oh, but it can unsuspend. Is it me, or does my opponent feel like they're playing incredibly, like, off-tempo? Like, I was gonna say slow, but, like, it's not slow. They're just, like, their deck just isn't working very well. An Airy? There's another hoodie. So I could Airy, put them to 1, or Chitose put them to 1. I think I Airy put them to 1. They're not able to remove my tamers anymore, so it's fine. Chitose just means that it's going to give them a body, and that's something I would rather not do. So all I need is a DNA, like literally any DNA, and I should be good to go. Because there's no way my opponent's able to actually do a whole lot from this position. Like, absolutely no way. Well, there's 2 of my DNAs. I know 2 of them went to the bottom. So that means there's 1 DNA just somewhere randomly in the middle of my deck. So the chances of me drawing it are pretty slim. So I need to, like, draw into a Betamon or something. I kind of need to keep this airy for, like, something. No, because this is still 4 to Digivolve, right? No, it's 3. So I could Digivolve here. I could Alliance. No. Yeah, I have to do it this way. I guess it doesn't really matter. So I could -3. Activate. Bounce. Play out. There you are. Angemon. Draw. There's a DNA. Alliance. Alliance. Because that's 13k? Yeah. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. It was not Tento. You see you have too much Hoodie. I'll play one myself. Hoodie's fun. Like, as toxic as Hoodie is, like, Hoodie still just, like, bullies a lot of decks. Yeah, Beta would have been really good to retrieve the shock from my trash. I'll get one more game with Hoodie in, and then I'll play a different deck. I think I have to mulligan this. As much as I want to believe in the Mirai, I think I have to mulligan. Hey! Alright, cool. Let's be done with Hoodie. Is there anything that's, like, really speaking to me? Like, I just like the stupid decks. Like, the stupid little decks. As someone who mainly plays in person, I get bad looks when I play Time Strangers outside of regional prep time. Imagine showing up with hoodies at locals instead. Hey, first time? Glad you can make it, Ed Grander, or Ryder. I'll just say Ryder. That's probably easier for me. Edgar Ryder. Oh man, we're gonna get absolutely bodied. How bodied are we gonna get? Very. We're missing a lot of pieces. No Digimon on the field, though. Maybe I do hard play Navi. I know technically Navi should be the one in here, but maybe I do hard play Navi. No. I'm not taking that risk. I'm not about taking risks. No rookie, so Medusa might brick? Yeah. They got one. Oh no! That's the card I wanted. There's no shot they have it. Right. Absolutely no shot. 0% chance. Of fucking course. I'm like still nowhere even near set up. So I have to out this turn. Great. Ooh, Karasmon's alright. So what, I just Digivolve here? Link? I could be so risky. Oh my god. How risky do I want to be? Because I could swing, Link Karis, then Digivolve into Globe. That's not gonna work. I could force his Digimon into attacking me. And Link using Dugotch or something? I don't know. I think this is probably just easier. Not ideal. Very much not ideal. But as long as they don't have another level 5, we're good. As long as they don't have... Okay, we're good. We're so good. Look at how good we are, chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I could swing Use Big Bang Punch. Link Karasmon. Delete his Digimon. We'll take the risk. Risk paid off. We'll go protection. Draw a card and unsuspend. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Then I could probably grab like a Gotcha or a Navi from my trash by linking here. Probably take the Navi. Then I could do Airy Big Bang Punch. That leaves him with 4 memory, 5 memory. Maybe it's just set up another Haru. Choke him to 1, then he goes to 3, then he's got 5. Probably the play. Try to give him as little memory as possible. So now he has to make a hard play turn. So he's gonna hard play for 3. Bring back an Elize. Elize, try to search. How many 5s are gone? 1, 2, 2 5s. So he could still do something here. Plays are still live. Because he could evo for 1 into a 5 if he has it. He doesn't have it. I think they're just cooked, chat. Yeah, I think because they digivolved here, they're probably cooked. They should have just gone into Medusa. Yeah, it's probably because they just played the bad egg. Like, that's why you don't play bad eggs. That's why you play good eggs. Oh, they're just trying to set up a defense? That's cute. Oh, the Dugotch draw! Such a clutch draw. Such a clutch draw. I'm gonna be really mean. Chat, I'm gonna be incredibly mean. I guess it really doesn't matter at this point. There we go. Oh, Atmon, best deck. Woo! See, it's those types of plays that feel so good. Like, granted, yes, I know Medusa bricked. And yes, I know their deck was bad. So, like, there's two huge, ginormous factors into why I was able to do what I just did. But it doesn't stop it from feeling any better. It's like, oh, Apps did something. It worked. I believed in it. Oh, it's the same person. Literally starting off with the same garbage egg. Like, that egg actually lost them the game. It actually lost them the game. I'm shocked that they're still bothering to play it. Because if they had the egg that lets them reduce the Digivolutions, then they could have Digivolved into a Medusa, and then my life would have been significantly harder. Although, my hand right now is not incredibly good, but we'll figure something out. Does this have raid? It does have raid. So, I might be able to make a play next turn to at least, like, use Dugotch into Karis or something, depending on what they play. Oh yeah, I could definitely work with this. Mem setter. Oh, of course, now I see tweet. Double tweet. I guess it's fine. So now I swing. I app blink. Raid. Is he gonna block? Okay. There we go. See, easy peasy. And then next turn, I could Gaiamon into Dugotch to start applying Gaia pressure. Yeah, no instant responses. Oh, just blocker and then draw a card? I mean, that's something. Ooh. Oh. Why did I have to draw into that? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's actually incredibly unfortunate. The misfortune is so real right now. Oh my god. The blunder. The blunder. I should have just gone into Gaia. I shouldn't have wasted time trying to be cutesy poopsy, doing extra damage. I should have just Gaia'd. And now things are going to be a lot harder. I was doing so good at just controlling his field. Creed lost me the game. He did that too early. Oh, it's the bad Medusa. Okay. Oh man, my Charismon! I needed that. Oh, those are nice tokens. Alright, let's try to draw into everything. Nope. 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 Yeah, no. We didn't get there, chat. Oh, man. Yeah, we just didn't get there. Of course, now we see it. Now we see it. One card too late. Oh, criminy. Yeah, we're just one card too late. Oh, do they not have it? They gotta have another level 6, right? I think they do. Like, my card is literally sitting duck. Yeah, there it is. And then he gets to delete something, and then attack. Gain 2 memory. I'm not having 6 or 7 would be so rich. It would be so fun. Yeah, now they're going to start laying on the pressure, and I don't have any instant responses. Yeah, because I literally drew into the card just one card too late. Kind of sucks. And next turn, I'm as good as dead. Oh, no, I needed that card. That was the only card I could have had to make any kind of a comeback. Okay, so they're just using the bad egg just to delete more, more progress tokens. That's unfortunate. I also could have used that. I literally am losing because I greeded. If I didn't greed and I just controlled their field, I would be 100% have won. But the chances of me hitting the Strachio out of security are, like, incredibly slim. I'm not even going to waste my time playing the rest of this out. I know my deck's not going to be anywhere remotely fast enough to be able to deal with it. Not worth it. This is pretty mediocre. My other hand was just as bad in different ways. At least maybe I could try to, like, draw into something off of the Haru. Well, we drew something off of the Haru. So, that's pretty good. Next turn, we set up Navian Raising and then Airy. And then all we need is time and Gaia, and we're pretty much good to go. Really? Oh man, they're being very aggressive here. Okay, so we have the time. So now all we literally need is just Gaia. Technically a Big Bang Punch. We need a Big Bang Punch too. I guess this isn't a terrible position for us. So we move out, we link for free, go into Dugotch. Dugotch can swing Link into time. Time then can go into Globe. Yeah. I think we might as well just do stuff. Yeah, I might as well app link here. Oh, I should have done it off of the app link here. That might have been smarter. But I think maybe taking the chip is fine. Like doing 1 instead of 2. It's not good for us. Oh, I fucked that up. Alright, whatever. I was supposed to get another draw. Whatever. Ari can kill our rookie. Then bounce the Chitose, use the ability. Minus it again. I can't even ace. Yep. And then Alliance to kill that. And then this kills this. Yep. Yeah, I fucked up. I should have just linked into Karis when I had the chance. Because off of a clear field, this is like pretty much GG. Like, I don't have a rookie. I don't have any ability to reset up. And then they get to basically do everything for free again. And then play more Tamers out, so next turn they have more memory. Of course, now I see the Gaia. Do I have to link to? No. I mean, that's about the best I got. It's just a hard play in Ace. It's not great. I mean, at least he can't de-digivolve me. Ice archery to stall. Yep. No, I'm just gonna lose next turn. There's like actually 0 lines of play that I had. Somebody saw me play Hoodie and was just like, ooh, I like that. How dare they play the deck that I was just playing? Playing good decks. Shame on them. Why can't anyone tell me the new Cross 7 can evolve on top of itself? Yeah, it could. It's honestly one of the dumbest things ever. So people are just using Fire Rocket to give it security tech plus and then attack multiple times. Like, it's just an OTK deck. Welcome to Digimon. Where everything's an OTK. Not a good starting hand. It developed into something not great. Patamon. Gross. Oh, Mastimon. I think I'm kind of just screwed. Like, unless I get a really good hand, I think things are gonna be very rough. Because they just wombo combo and just automatically kill me. Of course they had it. Okay. I might be able to, like, bait them into something here, depending on what they do and how much memory they give. Can they full DNA here? They can't. Okay. Blocker. Come on. There it is. All right, we got there. Took us a minute, but we got there. Link. Yes. From hand. De-digivolve. And then app fuse. Yeah. From Digivolution source. We could bottom deck. Do we draw our bottom deck? I think we draw first. No, we bottom deck. We play it safe. Now we draw. So I could swing, take the last security, link again. Sure, why not? Awesome. Now I just need a good way to clean up the field. So what's in the trash? I could hard play Gossip. Maybe that's probably the play. Yeah, probably hard play Gossip. Add back the Dugotch. Because otherwise, I'm like what? Just playing the Dugotch or the Gotchamon anyway. Maybe that is the play. Maybe just choke as little, give them as little memory as possible. Yep. Okay. Yep. 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 Yeah, this is just classic, very classic Imperial. I just feel like OTKing people. Like, just let me deal a whole bunch of damage. It's fine. What's a whole bunch of damage gonna do? Oh boy. Oh, goody. Oh, they're definitely taking their 5. No? Do they already have a 5 in their hands? Or are they going to play the 3 to try to find another 5? Oh, is this the same shitty person who's running 5 eggs? Ugh. Yeah, I still need a good amount of setup. And my trash is not very safe, so this isn't that good of a card right now. So I might just use her to throw the Cyclone in, and then kind of just see from there what we're up to. They probably already have a 5. You wonder what the 5th Ek is? It's delete a 3K when a security is removed. That's what it is. I mean, if they're just gonna leave themselves open, I might as well just punch them really hard next turn. Like, in all honesty, if they're just gonna, like, play really poorly, I might as well just take advantage of it. Yeah, like, if my opponent is literally just gonna play like an idiot, I might as well just take advantage of it. Yeah, barrier and raid, pretty good combo. Hey, Mug. What's up? I'm just casually playing some games. I'll probably, like, stop when I get hungry, to be honest. I was doing some, BT25 deck building. I pretty much explored almost everything, except for the Time Stranger stuff, because that's, like, 50 to 70% of what the set is. So I was just like, okay, whatever. Not a big deal. And then I'll explore Time Stranger stuff like next time. Huh. Well, okay. Do I get piercing? I do. Why is this so gross? So, let's see. How much damage am I gonna... I think I just win here. Like, literally, because I drew Marukimon, I think I just win. Because I Digivolve into Maruki. Maruki suspends this, attacks into it. Then unsuspends himself, attacks into security, and then, at the end of the turn, because I have Bukamon, I make the last attack. Yeah, so I literally just... Drawing into Marukimon means I win the game. Cool. What? What? What the fuck is this doing in here? Excuse me, what? I'm trying my best not to be mean about it, since this obviously seems like somebody who's new to the game. Yeah. I don't sugarcoat things. Quick question. You were running apps. Why not run the purple option for apps? Because the purple option's medium. We have better options to play. The person doesn't know how Medusa works. Don't tell him that. I mean, so, like, I'll show you apps. So, the thing with the purple option is the fact that it is too expensive and not doing enough. So, we get to discard one card from our hands to be able to draw two. Cool. Very basic ability. Except for the fact that we don't really have a whole lot of Grave synergy. So, discarding a card is doing us almost nothing. Then, when one of my apps are deleted, we get to link an app card from our trash into a card without, so like this again is an ability we're not using. If you're talking about the other purple, is there a different purple option? No, there's not. So when Digimon are deleted, we get a link from our trash, which we don't really care about. So, like, yes, we could discard something and then link from our trash, but most of the time, like, it really isn't doing us that much. It really isn't. So, the card that I'm choosing to run instead of Super Hacking is Big Bang Punch, because Big Bang Punch draws us a card, which, yes, we're not drawing 2 cards, but 1 card sometimes is still good enough. And then the main point of Big Bang Punch is we get to link when our Digimon suspends. So this could mean one of 2 things. We could link when we make an attack, or we could link when we block. So this opens up more opportunities for us to take better advantage of a card like Big Bang Punch to increase our play lines that we're setting up and doing ourselves. So, Big Bang Punch, the main combo is we're going to be using Dugotch. Dugotch is going to swing. We can link into Timon off of Dugotch's ability. Dugotch, then, if we have our tamers set up, either of these 2, we can then App Fuse mid-attack, and then we can use Big Bang Punch to be able to link the Charismon from our globe that we're now attacking with. So we'll do 2 checks off of that attack. Charismon makes the attack relatively safe, and then we don't have to App Fuse right away, but, like, obviously if you have it, then you could just App Fuse into Gaiamon, and then unsuspend and rip more cards out of the opponent's security, and then we can make an attack. So, like, just going into Gaiamon allows us 4 checks because of Big Bang Punch. Would we be able to do the same type of thing with Super Hacking? No, not even close. The combo plays for Super Hacking are significantly lower for the way Gaiamon is built. Big Bang Punch is just significantly the best line of play. Inversely, we could also use Big Bang Punch like, okay, Charismon, we have to make a Digivolve play. We don't have an ace set up, or, like, we don't have ace in our hand. Charismon can force an attack, and then if we do have Globemon, then we could link the Globemon on the block, and then potentially Digivolve into Gaiamon. So, like, again, it gives us more plays because, well, I guess technically we can't. But we could still, like, link into Globe with the Charismon or something off of the block of the Big Bang Punch. Because we can't App Fuse during the opponent's turn. But regardless, that just makes our Charismon bigger, and we could potentially remove threats. So, like, it just increases our play lines to make more powerful things. And then the next question is, like, okay, if Super Hacking's a 3-cost option, why are we playing App Link then? Well, App Link is in here literally just because of Dugotch. That's basically it. Because App Link plus Dugotch is a free attack. So it allows us to have, like, oh, we dealt 5 damage to the opponent in a single turn. They have 0 security. What am I going to do to pass turn? Or win the game? Well, if you have App Link, then you could, like, hard slam Dugotch. Dugotch has the ability when he gets linked, he can make the attack, which we then do at the end of the turn, which we did because we hard played him. So that's kind of why I don't like Super Hacking. And in almost every single one of my app builds, I will never use Super Hacking, period, because Big Bang Punch is fundamentally a better option card for Appmon in general. 9 out of 10 times, Big Bang Punch just allows you to do more setup for less work and less memory. So, like, even, Super Hacking ideally is supposed to be played with the overclock mechanic, because then you're just deleting your own Digimon. And, like, there's other, like, app decks that can take better advantage of super hacking. So like even if I were to, let's just say, look at some of the new Appmon stuff, like super hacking isn't that good of a card because Cyber Engage exists. So Cyber Engage is another searcher. So again, you're only grabbing one card versus drawing two, but the card is ideally going to be what you want. And then the big thing that Cyber Engage is doing is the fact that you could just play an Appmon from your hand for pretty much for free, as long as it's a rookie. So this is really important because a lot of how the game is played right now and how the gameplay is developing is about rebuilding. So if you could rebuild as quickly as possible, then your deck is going to function better. So there's zero reason to run super hacking when Cyber Engage and Big Bang Punch exist as cards. So, like, even in Rebootmon, like, there's zero reason to ever play super hacking. Literally zero. If that makes, like, any kind of sense. Like, not all the app cards are created equally. I will say that. Big Bang Punch is just too easy to trigger and has more combo plays for your average app deck. So I hope that makes any sense. But yeah, like for this specifically, Big Bang Punch plus Dugach is just fundamentally better. Yeah, Cyber Engage is definitely, like, I would rather play Cyber Engage than App Link. Like, App Link is cute, but it's only good for one specific card, and that is literally Dugach. And I would rather have recovery plays than a rush play with Dugach half the time. Is this... yeah, one Appmon and one App Driver. Okay. Gabumon? What? Image training? What? More Gabumons? What? Also, you're preferring the black option compared to super hacking? Yeah, I think, like, if I had to rate the options, I think the yellow one is, like, obviously the worst one. I need both of these. I don't know what's coming up, but I think I need the globe more than the Karis. So in short, super hacking should have left, shouldn't have left the printing press. No, so like, obviously each one of the Appmon options is like designed to be played with their specific deck. So Airy being a card, like Airy's deck is about like suspending. So I'm going to suspend to attack. Then you have the yellow one, Uranosmon. Uranosmon plays Digimon by effects. Then you have super hacking, which is about deleting Digimon. You have the black one, which which is about removing sources, or like detaching material in a sense. Oh. Okay, interesting. Another image training. That's not good. Well, they only get the memory boost. Puts them to 3. Yeah. So, like, each one is designed to be played with their specific deck in mind. It's just, and obviously there's some overlap. It's just, obviously, when it comes to suspending things, it's just fundamentally better than pretty much anything else. Like, it's just every deck is going to suspend. So, like, by default, that makes that mechanic just the easiest to use. So, obviously, when it comes to some of the stuff, like, whatever's just easier to use is what you're going to do. My opponent sure is taking their sweet and merry time. Oh my god, another image training? What the actual... Do they actually have an OTK, or are they just, like, hardcore fucking with me? I think we just take a tweet. It's either tweet or Navi. I think maybe it is just a Navi. I'm still missing a lot. Yeah, all the trainings. So, memory for them probably doesn't matter. What does this card even do? Vidramon? So, are they playing like a Vidramon top end or something? Like, they're gonna just basically dig through their whole deck. So, I'm curious what kind of combo that they have. Give this guy a scratch-off ticket? I mean, like, it's just basically like every other combo deck. Like, oh, keeping my Digimon from suspending? That doesn't matter. Are they just gonna punch me? Are they literally just playing, like, All-Force as a top end and then just using Garurumon as a low end? Do they even have jamming? I mean, I guess technically they have battle protection. Yeah, so they literally are just, like, purple Garurumon low end into, All-Force. Okay. Only gets to gain 2 memory back. I very much failed to see what the whole point of any of that was. So, like, they could have... I think they were trying to loop these, right? Like, isn't that the thing? Like, when Digivolving, place 3, unsuspend one of your tamers. Or unsuspend this Digimon and one of your tamers. And then the loop is with this, you get to trigger its when Digivolving ability again. Yeah, all turns, when your Digimon with Vidramon in its name becomes suspended, you get to suspend this tamer to activate its when Digivolving abilities. So, like, you just go infinite with these. as long as you have enough cards in your trash. And then what? You just end in Omnimon? Like, I really failed to see what the whole point of that was. They could have kept turn, yeah, but they weren't gonna win. They didn't have enough damage. So the thing is with this combo is for every 3 you get to unsuspend. So they need to have enough cards in their trash, which this is once per turn, this is once per turn. This is not once per turn, which is funny. But they're not going to be able to fill up their trash fast enough to where they're going to be able to get 6 attacks off. I don't even think they had 5 attacks. So they put 3 back already. They have 9 cards in their trash because when they make the attack, they'll have 10, or they'll have the 9. So they could do the loop 3 more times. So I would be left at 1 security then. I guess it would be 4. And then they Omnimon for game. So I think they did probably have it. They just fucked it up. Because I keep forgetting. No, they would be 1 short. Yeah. So they would be 1 short because the Pagumon already did the 1. And then it would need to do more attacks. And if he doesn't have enough cards in his trash by the end of it, then he just couldn't. So the 1 attack would be 9. Put 3 back, he would go to 6. I would be at 3 security. Swing again. Go to from 9 to 6. From 6 to 3. 3 to 4. I would be at 2 security. Swing again. I would go. Yeah, he wouldn't have enough cards. The Gabumon isn't once per turn. The Gabumon that they did was once per turn. They had the once per turn Gabu in their inheritables. No, they had an Omni. I'm 90% sure they had an Omni. This is pretty bad going second. I like having the time in the Dugotch, but like, no. Arguably better because now I could gotcha and then I have the tweet set up. Oh, we're about to get our butts rocked. Stingmon, okay. So I'm gonna play Navi, and then next turn I could Bang Bang Punch. We're definitely taking the Dugotch because we need that, and another Haru is pretty good. So depending on what they do, we most likely are gonna Big Bang Punch. Set up their Duo Tamer. Pretty annoying. Aries, pretty good. I'll just make the attack. It's fine. That card was a lost cause anyway. I didn't need him. Oh, do I Haru or do I Airy? Or do I Haru? Do I do this Haru or this Haru? I think maybe I have to do this one to search. do this. So, unfortunately, we're giving a lot of memory away, but we might be able to make a play. Depending on what we see. So they get to gain 3 memory here. Absolutely disgusting. So they gained a net 1 memory. And now they get a Digivolve, Suspend, go into the level 6. Hope that the level 6 is going to be good enough. Applink, that's fine. Big Bang Punch, that's also fine. I would like to search out a security. That would have been nice. He gets to unsuspend and then make another attack. At security attack plus. Okay. And in a Jade to memory choke me. Okay, that's really good. Alright, memory no longer means a thing to me either. Come on. Nope. Needed a Charismon. Play a Haru? Does that trigger this? No. App Fuse. Oh, he could suspend me here. That's kind of obnoxious. I have more effects pending. Because I should have this Big Bang Punch pending also. So I could de-digivolve him again. What is that going to accomplish me? I'm just trying to, like, weigh what I'm supposed to be doing here. Because I don't think I could break Partition. So I think I just draw a card. All right, cool. Oh, God, that was absolutely obnoxious. The problem is getting rid of this as well. I could very easily just link into Globe. I don't know. They'll just source... Unfortunately, they'll source strip the Charismon, which is not ideal for me right now. Oh, God. That really hurt my soul. Like, I know the correct answer is literally just a Charismon in my hand, but, like, if that's the case, it doesn't necessarily matter when I do it. So, they could still possibly win from this position, which is the dumb shit. Because they could play a Searcher and then hard play a 4 to get going. I'm a weak player because I play Imperial Virus. I don't think it's that weak. Oh, and then they could DNA because the memory here. Got it. And then do they have the proper one? Yeah, okay. Just for fuck's sake. Like, there's... I really wish there was a better way to deal with that bullshit. Like, I honestly... It wouldn't have mattered what deck I would have played. Like, I did the best that I could in that situation, and then they still just had the out because their deck is just degenerately stupid. Like, I wasn't even in a position to kill them that turn, which was unfortunate. Like, even if I did everything I was trying to do. Yeah, Imperial's just, like... Normal Imperial is just incredibly dumb. Like, it's just so dumb. It just dumps damage. Like, it doesn't kill the person the very first turn, but, like, it just basically puts so much pressure to where it's just like, okay, instantly respond. And then, oh, it's playing into exactly how Bandai wants the game to be played. I broke his field, and he ignores my field and kills me. Like, that's exactly what Bandai wanted. Like, that's Bandai's ideal gameplay. Is it one-sided? 100%. Because, like, obviously, it favors the aggressor. And it also favors whoever has the easiest rebuilds. I think I just take Tweet. Tweet's always a good one. Yeah, exactly. So, like, and that's what makes those types of tamers, like, so good, where it's just like, yeah, as I could just, like, instantly DNA, like, from anywhere in any position. Things are getting kind of spooky. I'm literally just missing one card, so hopefully I find it. Okay, I found it. Would have been nice to have another Haru. Um... Ooh, that's really not good. Of course, now I see the Haru. Oh, I have to give 5 memory? Fuck. I think I have to app link and then digivolve into Gaiamon. That way that turns the Patamon off. That turns the Homeros off. It's just so mediocre of a play. I think it's just Gossip. So I get to grab back probably... It's unfortunately the best I got. This turns off Patamon's evolution, and it turns off the Homeros. It's not obviously ideal by any stretch of the word, but, like, it's fine. They're not raising Patamon out because they didn't get their Evo for free. Boo-hoo. I purposely limited... I could have dealt 1 more damage with the globe. Maybe that was probably smart. Instead of attacking and linking for free there, I should have just paid for the link. Yeah, so now they are going to... Yeah, I figured. Yeah, Venusmon bullshit. What does this card actually do? Trash all, and then they can't suspend or activate when Digifacts. So what do I need to grab back? That's the real question. Do I just grab back the Dugotch? Because I could make a Charismon hard play. So this can't suspend either, right? Trash all, then one of their Digimon doesn't... Yeah, then their Tamers can't suspend. Okay. So... I'm just trying to think, like, memory-wise, how the fuck do I do this? Because I'm going to be, I'm going to be playing Charismon this turn. Do I literally just, like, say fuck it and hard play Charismon? Bait the Venus into attacking. Try to blow the Venus's protection. Venus can't bring your level 6 into security, so it needs to protect it. Because this is, when your Digimon, other than by your effects. So I could goad the Venusmon into attacking, and then block with the Gaiamon. Because this lets us link with the level 4 or lower from our trash. Which I could link... I just have to not remove the tapir. Like, that's the only stipulation, is I can't remove the tapir. So, if that's the case, then I time just for as much DP as possible. Taunt the Venus. Doesn't really matter. And then this now forces Venus to attack. So that took care of Venus. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Oh no, my Haru. Not sure they couldn't protect it. Get wrecked. The counterplay. I counterplayed them so hard. Yeah, they were done. They thought they had something. I counterplayed them so hard. I so fucked them up. Mwah, chef's kiss. Yeah, so if you read Venusmon, her all turns, when any of your Time Stranger Digimon would leave the battle area other than by your effect, place one of their Digimon. Oh. Yeah, oh, other than by your effect. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't protect their Venusmon then. I thought it was, this one wasn't by battle. Like, I thought this Venusmon couldn't protect itself from battle. And that was, like, its weakness. So, I guess they did just, like, hardcore misplay. Other than by your effects. Place one Digimon with no Digivolution source to the bottom of the security. They don't leave. Yeah, this could protect by battle. I guess, like, I don't know. I think that was a huge misplay. Neptune is by other than battle. Venus is by effect. Oh, yeah. So, okay. So if it were to leave by an effect, which it didn't leave by an effect, it lost by battle. Links aren't sources, so they could have targeted the Gaia. Yeah. Yeah, Neptune, yeah, so Neptune's whole is by battle. Like, if I attack over Neptune-based stuff, then, or like, stuff under Neptune's protection, then that works. Venus is literally anything other than your own effect. Whatever. Not my circus, not my monkeys. But yeah, so that's like, so imagine if, oops, if this card was like any other option, like that's a prime example of like how good Big Bang Punch is. Like literally how good Big Bang Punch is. That was a very good showcase of that. That was also a very interesting showcase of like the Charismon taunt into ace play. That like almost will never come up. So yeah, that was very interesting. I knew what I had to do, and I did it. Yeah, there's gotta be, like, some dumb floodgate that I could use easily to just, like, turn the entire game off. That would be nice. I play Neptune in Regional. I know the card. They had 3 sourceless targets. If their target got protected by Correspond Link, you could interrupt it. Since Venus Spawn's affected by links. Yeah. I guess this is a pretty mediocre hand, but we could keep it and see where it goes. Ruined mode? I'm not gonna ruin mode turbo. People could still play out of ruined mode turbo. Oh man, what a goated hand. So I'm gonna take this because next turn I'm most likely going to Evo hard play, depending on what my opponent does. Ew, gross. Are they gonna take the blue memory boost? Nope. Are they gonna Evo in the raising? No, they just play a blue memory boost. Okay. I hope EX12 has solid Machine German support. God, no. Machine German's just so obnoxious the way that he's been played. It's most likely gonna end up being a brand new deck. I'm gonna probably spoil that one for ya. Oh, that's such a good card. That was a really good card draw. I'll just take another errata. So all I'm missing is a Diaboromon or 2, and then I'm good to go. Hopefully they hold. Oh, well, that's fine. I can't wait for Shakamon support. Oh, God. I don't know. Noxious? It's not doing anything right now. I mean, it can. People just are choosing not to play it. Like, yeah, full stop, all honesty, people are legitimately choosing not to play it. So I know I could have used this Caramon as a base, but I like the idea of the memory choke play, and then next turn I could hard play this Caramon to try to search for a Diaboromon, because that's basically the only thing I'm missing is a Diaboromon. I think this is a good matchup for us, because I could just sacrifice a whole bunch of tokens once I get that going. Well, there's Diaboromon. Now I just need the memory. Cool. That's literally the exact card I was looking for. Because that saves me on memory. And now I have sacrificial pawns in case he wants me to sacrifice stuff. So that way I could limit what he's doing. I have de-digivolve, so that way I could fuck up whatever he's trying to do. Oh, such a good hit for me. That's why you don't attack, is because you could just give your opponent the resources they need to just automatically win the game. I don't automatically win the game, but it's not going to be good for my opponent. Yeah, that's fine. Goodbye. Kind of wish I had Rush, but this is fine. That's such a good one, too. Oh, is the game over yet, chat? Did my opponent lose? Feels like they did. I know they technically didn't, especially since Lucimon does have, like, some mild recovery. But I think the game is kind of effectively over. It's always interesting to me why people, like, play Lucimon. Are you running PJ in Diaboromon? PJ? What do you mean by PJ? The old Caramon doesn't have any inheritables, so no reason to use it. Choke to 1? Yeah. Now we just do this. He's got that set up. Play out a Diaboromon token. Why I would love to. Draw a card. Why I would love to. De-digivolve. I would love to do that too. Alliance. Yeah, that alliance thing sounds really good to me. 1. A 2. What does this do? To play a Lucimon? Oh, that's kind of obnoxious. Downright annoying, one can even say. Now that just acts as a blocker. What does this card do? So I just can't use any options? That sucks. Oh, that really sucks. Just why? Oh my god. So obnoxious. It's because Lucimon is too edgy. Lucimon's annoying. Yeah, he's not recovering. I got security to spare. Yeah, now we just need, like, a Diaboromon with an on-play effect. That would be really nice. I mean, he can make the 2 attacks. He's got enough memory to do what he needs to. Oh, he's getting more memory. Is it the good Lucimon or the bad Lucimon? We'll find out. I'm sure we'll get one soon. To be fair, I used to actually think that to be fair, I used to actually think Lucimon, but heard you complain about him. Starting to make me slowly appreciate how its design is in the TCG makes sense. I mean, like, from a lore perspective, it's pretty neat. Oh, it's this one? All turns, when any of your Diaboromon in their name would leave the battle area, you get to play one from your hand or this Digimon's Digivolution source without paying the cost. That's fine. He could do that. He can only use one Paradise Lost, right? Yeah. He has 2, but he can only use 1. Okay. I'm still failing to see what my opponent is trying to do here. If he attacks, I'm obviously going to be blocking. I'm sure whatever my opponent was doing, I just screwed him up. Because now this card can't even attack. So I think my opponent just, like, messed up. Feels like they did. Because I should just have enough damage on field with all my Diabormons, and I'm about to get more to do whatever I need or want. Like, the one thing I will always respect Bandai for is, like, having a decent amount of lore accuracy that they have for their game. Like, the cards are very flavorful in terms of what they represent from the show and the time snippet that they're taking it from. So, like, Lucimon is a pretty cool deck for being somewhat oddly lore accurate. It's just, he's not good. Okay. Might as well delete my tamer. Well, I mean, he could deal a lot of damage here. I don't know if he could particularly clear fields, but he could deal a lot. Yeah, so now he could use Paradise Lost. And make an attack with the Lucimon. And then that forces him into deleting this. It's so bad if he didn't get D-Digi his egg zone trapped. Oh. Yeah. Alright, are we done here? Cool. Oh, that was a lot of something, I guess. Definitely was a lot of something. I could do one more game of Debormon. That's fine. I'll probably call it quits in a minute because I'm starting to get hungry. I can keep this. It's fine. And then I got lots of animus to watch, and I probably need to do some drawing practice. Oh, that's such a good card draw. Oh. Next turn's probably going to be defense training, and then Kurosari can Digivolve play the errata. Shout 7 is a level 6. So, unfortunately, I can't exactly turn him offline. That's pretty good. So, now I can try to find all my pieces. I'll just try to go faster, set up more. Oh, there's a Debormon, so that's good. Probably this order. So, I'm 100% moving out next turn. Oh, that's a pretty decent card draw. It's also a pretty decent card draw. Alright, let's put some pressure on. That's not good. That's fine. He does not have a mem setter, so maybe I just set this up. Also fine. All right. So that is what, our third turn? So we didn't kill the opponent on our third turn, but we are forcing the opponent to pretty much respond here. And if they don't have a response, then they automatically lose the game. I have a pretty sticky Digimon. So maybe they don't have it. Doesn't seem like they do. Oh, they get to put a card. Yeah. Okay. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. They have 4 pieces of Exodia. But I think maybe because of Infirmon, that might fuck things up for them. There we go. Oh! Ah, so sweet, so spicy. Oh, I love dumb shit like that. That's why we play Diaboromon, boys and girls. People of the chat. It's so good. He didn't have the Digivolve, so I guess that's just unfortunate for them. Oh, this card's so good. This Infirmon is like actually legitimately stupid. I mean, technically the combination of these is like insane. It's just such a pure deck. This hand's not terrible. It's not great. So I'm most likely just Karamon into Karasari in Raising, and then I'm gonna end up using this Infirmon to go into Diaboromon. You're so glad you built Diaboromon? Yeah, I gotta work on my Diaboromon builds. I think I'm just missing the Diaboromon X Antibody at this point for, like, my paper build. Oh, that's pretty good. That's also pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if I'm excited for next format or terrified, to be honest. Like, I don't know how much more powerful the game is gonna get, and that's the part that really scares me. I think I might do something with chicken. Like, I have chicken, I have some rice. Maybe I just, like, do a quick and dirty stir fry for dinner. I'm just trying to think. Technically, don't hate me for saying this, chat. Technically, I have plant-based chicken. It's not real chicken. I eat real chicken. It's just, I don't know. I just felt like having some plant-based stuff for a change. Yeah, if they raise the floor, that's my biggest concern, Empire. Like, raising the ceiling is like whatever. Raising the floor is like actually spooky. I think I just take this Diabora. I'll take the Diabora. And then next turn, probably go Inframon into this Diaboramon. Because there's nothing really to de-digivolve right now. But de-digivolve might actually just be, like, super obnoxious for my opponent. No, it's going into this Diaboramon. Or going into this Inframon. And then I think I'm gonna have to go into this Diaboramon to constantly shit out tokens and defend. Right? I don't love this play, but I think it's fine. Because this will get me a card draw pretty much every turn. Yeah, so, like, for where we are, this is fine. I eat chicken. I eat the chicken you like. The meat-based one. I mean, I could do either, to be fair. Like, I've done some pseudo-vegan stuff. It's not that big of a deal to me. This is on play too. So gross. So he could interact with my token. There's just probably a low chance that he can interact here. Oh, oopsies. And then he can Digivolve this, and then delete my Digimon. Oopsies. I forgot I didn't have an errata in my hand at that time. So he desperately needs to get rid of my Kurosari. Otherwise he's gonna get, like, really hard punished. I forgot I have to play out an errata. Like, I have to have an errata for the protection. That's kind of dumb. That was really stupid of me. But that's really stupid of him. So he's gonna probably add back the level 5. Or is he going to take the level 4? Assuming he has... Okay. He's going to take the level 4. That's the exact tamer I would rather not see at this moment. I also needed to see that a little bit sooner. Sucks I don't have anything in my raising to threaten and pressure with. So now he hard plays, and then he just starts gaining a shit ton of advantage. So I guess, like, what's the level... Like, does he have the Digivolve again? Yeah, no rookies. Really sucks. And then they're just gonna be super memory efficient to where I probably just can't, like, hard drop anything. If I do, I have to, like, hard drop Infirmon. Yeah, so now he gets to, like, Digivolve twice. Kabu. That's fine. And then is he gonna Digivolve again? Oh, this lets him play out something, then this lets him Digivolve. So he can make it kind of an expensive play. So what's the idea here? So he gets to play out something, and then it's reduced cost by 1 for every 2-color tamer. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it's a reduced cost of 3. So is he going to play another level 4? This has currently at least 2 layers of protection. Unless he interacts with my tokens, then it could start stripping my protection. So I guess he's just debating what he's hard playing. Oh, he's gonna de-digivolve me. That sucks. And then he gets to make an attack. And then this can Digivolve again. Yeah, I'm gonna, like, have to hard drop an Infirmon or something stupid. Because I don't have a rookie. Melga. Okay. And then he can make an attack here because of its ability. And then he could Alliance and unsuspend. Yeah, like, unfortunately right now I am kind of just, like, gonna have to hard play this Infirmon type of a move. I'm surprised he didn't attack with the Melga, to be honest. Like, I guess it doesn't matter. But he would... Yeah, he already got his whatevers, so I guess it doesn't matter. There's no reason to alliance. Yeah. Make War Greymon great again? Impossible. Ooh. Yeah, unfortunately my Diaboromon is, like, stunned. Are they able to kill me? That's the big question. So, they could alliance attack. So, I'm honestly debating about just not doing anything this turn. And, like, setting up another defense training. Am I dead if I do that? Because the other thing I could do is I could hard play Infermon, then Digivolve Infermon into Diaboromon. Probably this Diaboromon, so that way I get to delete a thing. Well, I'll do this. I should be alive. We're gonna take the Caramon. Because next turn we're gonna Kurosari and play out an Errata. So I should be alive. I could very easily be dead because of Rush. And the fact that he's about to just gain and be able to use a shit ton of resources. That bodes very well for me that I live this turn. That bodes incredibly well for me. So he can alliance here. And then he can unsuspend. Having an Errata's fine. Yeah, I think we live this turn. I don't think we die. I honestly think because they used our Courage United, we probably live. It's just, what's their follow-up? Because they could attack my security again. And then hard play something. I'm not entirely seeing a line where I die. Because, like, they could hard play a 4, Digivolve it into a 5. Then this will allow him to be able to make an attack with Alliance. So he could wipe out, potentially, the rest of my security. I don't think I'm dying. So, if this is the case, the R Courage is actually kind of slightly annoying, depending on what he has in his hand. Okay, and then Toga digivolves into what? Oh, that suspends me? Okay. I probably should have attacked with my tokens. To be honest, I probably should have. I don't see that many good plays here. So, I guess we'll just be annoying. Oh, man. That's not good. Well, hopefully I could, like, muck up the board enough to where I could just make a lot of their plays just super awkward. So we just have to hope on enough reactive abilities to probably just fuck things up. Oh, shit. Right. I don't have any extra Diaboromons in my hand. No. Yeah, I think I, like, hard misplayed that last turn. I probably should have had it. I, like, hard misplayed that last turn. Oh, now they're gonna go into Gabu. Okay, so now they're just gonna set up their Omnimon here because of this. Yeah, I forgot this. Like, this is not Diaboromon. I didn't think you had win the game until you left them open. Yeah. Oh, none of these can block because of the stupid Melga. Right. So I think I just lose because of the Melga being actually a good card. Okay, I did royally fuck that up and I lost. Okay. We'll try to go out on a win. Yeah, I just royally fucked up that last turn. I digivolved way too late. I should have attacked with everything before digivolving into Deboromon X. I tunnel visioned. You don't think you had game, but I would have left them... Yeah, I would have definitely put them in a way worse position had I attacked all out. Yeah, and then me not having an extra Diaboromon in my hand to, like, protect my Digimon kind of also sucked a bit. The Gurumon really mucking up my defense kind of sucked too. Like, there was just a lot of compounding factors to, like, just making that game way harder than I needed to. I think, like, maybe hard playing into another Diaboromon was probably a big mistake. But, like, I kind of just panicked and I didn't exactly know what else to do. If I would have drew into another Diaboromon, I think it would have been fine. But because I didn't, that kind of sucked. Alright, it's the same adventure player, so let's try to actually win this game. Yeah, I think, like, this adventure deck is just fundamentally too slow. So I'm going to do this first, see what I find. I'm going to take the Caramon, so that way I could, like, set up Caramon to do some searching. Well, I mean, if I get into another defense training, I'll take it. Yeah, that way I don't give him an extra unnecessary memory. If I draw into a Diaboromon, I probably am in a really good spot here. So he gets to take the Tai and Izzy, and then probably the Togemon. Because he's going to get one of these back for free. There's no point on Digivolving here. That's okay. That's not the Diaboromon I was looking for. So I do have the protections here. And right now their board isn't super conducive to being able to use it effectively. So now he's going to Digivolve into the Togemon. Then the Togemon will let him Digivolve into a 5. Birdremon's the same. It's just what 5 is he gonna do? Because it's probably gonna be Metal Gray to de-digivolve me. That makes the most sense. Unsuspend to suspend. And then he just doesn't get an attack. Okay. So now I get a free Evo here. I'm gonna have to search. Found a Diaboromon, which is really good for me. Then I might as well Memory Choke. This is okay defense. Not great, but okay. So now he's gonna what? Digivolve this into Melga? Like, I just need to make a really sticky and obnoxious board. So I need to ideally see another Diaboromon. Well, this stack is okay to use Diaboromon X for. He's probably just gonna de-digivolve me here then, if this is the play. I'm always expecting a de-digivolve, which I think de-digivolve really sucks here. Like, de-digivolve is really good mechanic. Oh, Lily. Okay. That's fine. And then he gets to bottom deck a token. Sure. I mean, it takes my defense away. So I can't block this, but part of me is like, I think this is okay. Because he could accidentally, like, give me more resources. That would be nice. Nope. But now what's he gonna do? I'm at least okay that that was an X. Like, because I just need a normal Diaboromon. Melga to stun. He stuns one thing, which is probably going to be this. That's a good card. I have another errata, so I might as well set this up. Oh, I forgot to Caramon X. Oopsies. I missed one token. Give me all the tokens, please. Very good, very good. This can't suspend, but because of overclock, I could attack without suspending. And then they could add probably their Melga back into their hand. Sure, I'll overclock. Get rid of this token. Play out the Diaboromon in its sources. Give everything blocker, jamming. Cool. There you go. I don't necessarily know if adventures can do anything at this point. And this is what should have happened the previous game. But I was kind of stupid. So they could hard play Gabumon for 2 and then use this to Digivolve it. But I still just kind of out him with just the sheer amount of tokens I have. Like, I don't... With only 2 Tamers, they're probably stuck. They can't really do much of anything. And again, this is where it should have been last game. Omnimon. Yeah, they can't do that. They took their Garurumon out of their trash. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I have definitely played enough Digimon today. 8 hours is really good. Built some decks, played some games. I know at this point I'm just playing like the same couple of decks over and over again. So I do apologize that I'm not like building a whole bunch of new decks. It's just right now I think the format's kind of boring and I'm not like super thrilled playing a lot of those like incredibly toxic high-powered decks that just do a whole bunch and are anticlimactic and the game just magically ends on turn 2 or 3. And like they're the same decks that everyone sees over and over again. So at least like the comfort decks that I play at least aren't like the toxic meta decks, I guess is like a good thing, like the big takeaway in a sense. So, yeah, but I know I have like a lot of decks that I'm like very obviously not playing. Partially because I'm not like super thrilled with them and I don't like enjoy them. Like my comfort decks at this point are like Diaboromon, Gaiamon apps, obviously Mirage, even though like I get really frustrated because like Mirage is just an OTK deck and it's just like I either do the thing or I don't. And there's more ways for the opponent to play out of it, which is like kind of annoying, but like that's whatever. I know those are like my mainstead casual decks. I'll do play Hoodie and Medusa every now and then. I do technically play Imperial every now and then, but like, I don't know. I'm not like super thrilled with a lot of decks at this point. So maybe I need to do some like deck soul searching to see like what's really, really fun. But like at least the couple of casual decks that I do play, I hope are at least like interesting and exciting enough. I'm probably not going to be having any like hardcore deck profiles for a hot second because like everything feels already kind of just solved. So, Like, it's all kind of just out there, and my deck profiles haven't been doing, like, incredibly well. It's really random if it does good or not, but that's content creator issues. So yeah, that is all I have for today. I'm starving. I need to go eat. So thank you everyone for watching. Make sure to do any post stream care, because I've been sitting here for a while and some of you have been sitting here for a while. So make sure to eat, drink, sleep, do whatever you need to. Just be happy, be healthy, and I hope to catch you all in the next stream or video, whatever comes first. So I guess I should put my ending screen so people know that I'm actually ending. Should have been talking with the ending screen. So that was my bad. But yeah, thank you all for coming out again, and I'll see you probably in a week, because I do try to stream these at least once a week on Saturdays, usually around 12 to 6 is like my normal time slot. I know D&D kind of sometimes can complicate things, so just, again, make sure to like and subscribe so that way you can stay up to date when I upload or go live next. I know Discord's a good way to visually see it, but yeah, take care, everyone. Peace out.